And I'm live. And is that person there? Well, just going live, just see who turns up. Just give it a little bit, see if anybody does turn. So I'll play some music in the background to keep it going while. I'm not expecting a big crowd, but hello, INFJ, how you doing? Hello, friend, indeed, yes. And Single Barrel Silo too. Hello, how are you? Glad to read you. Just thinking about 2025, new year, any resolutions. Not that I've made any, but it's going to be a different year for everybody. I feel so. Yes, always fantastic. I put my special T-shirt on. That's what I do. I fix things and I know stuff. That's how I think 2025 is going to be for me going forward. And Forrest said, who would you rather have working on your car? Someone who's been working there for, working on it for 4 years, or someone who's been studying for 4 years. So I feel like I've been working on something for, a fair amount of time. And I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I'm pretty good at what I'm doing. So we are all Dave doing Dave things. Oh, but not Davey. I think he's still asleep. Is Dave a male version of Karen? Like I don't have that social interaction, whereas I know if or what Dave is. I'm assuming Dave is and I might be wrong. Dave might be something absolutely brilliant, and and I have that wrong, but it seems like that's the case. Just a dude. Just a dude. So Dave is not a male Karen. Thanks for that. I didn't know. I don't know. I don't know what the reference of Dave is, but all good. So just a dude. Hey dude. Hey Jude. Dude, I know it's Hey Jude, isn't it? Hey Jude. Hey Jude. No, that didn't work then, did it? So have you made any only that there is 100 of them involved in the oh wow. 100 just Daves. Well actually Dave is quite a popular name. Or Davey or whatever. David. David, Davey. There is quite a few. Actually, there is a David that I need to reach out to be fair. Early on in the chase, we had some chats. I don't know if he's still around. I've got a different name or whatever, but he's still on my mind. King, where are your people now? Chained and pacified. Is that UB40? I think it was King. Not Martin Luther, or is it Martin Luther? So, not made any New Year's resolutions, because I never stick to them anyway. So there's not much point. Like this year, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then within 2 or 3 weeks, it's already stopped. So I don't. It is my birthday soon. I'm pretty sure everybody knows. And no, I'm not, plugging it so you give me a card or a present or whatever. I'm just saying it is. I'll be another year older. Probably not, any wiser. But I think it's significant. This year is significant for me. I'm looking forward to the 25th as well as the 28th. I say looking forward to it. So I lost my sister-in-law on my birthday last year, or the year before. No, last year, and I lost my wife. No. So we're in 2025. I lost my wife last year in 2024. My sister-in-law before. So I lost my sister-in-law on my birthday, and I lost my wife on February the 4th. So not a very good time of the year for me, even though it is my birthday. So yeah, it's going to be good, bad, good. Depends how you look at it. You're told to believe that even the bad things in life are there to eventually make your life, better. And how you react to the things that go wrong in your life could affect, your life in the future. So sometimes, as I've been saying, you have to be thankful for the bad things that happen to you, because those are the things that make you the person that you are, and they lead you towards whatever destiny is meant for you. Yeah, too old. 62. So there are people out there who know exactly when I was born, when my birthday is and everything. So, hey, Alan, how you doing? Good to read you. Happy early birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Stay strong, sir. They live on with you. Actually, yes, they do. And you know, but yeah, it's nice to still have. I don't know what we do without memories. I really don't. Like just that gift alone. And I know some people just go straight away to bad memories. Oh yeah, but you can remember what you want to remember, and you can push to the back. What you don't want to remember. No one's stopping you from doing that. You just have to be, wanting to do it. So, just to have those memories. And not only that, the technology, to remember, pictures, videos, CDs, whatever, technology you use. Without those things, life would be a bit. So, yeah, I know people are going to say, yeah, but they're always in your heart, this, that, and the other. But it's not the same. I believe that the longer things go, the more, as much as you try to see these people, the harder it is to imagine, but to have a video or a picture or something like that is something else. So yeah, good bad times. When you personally go through things like that, it prepares yourself to help others in the future. 100%. Like you can never appreciate the good things if you've never had bad times, and it's always good to have advice to be able to give it, but everybody's different. So when you're given advice about how you got through something, that's not necessarily how you should approach that, because how you went through it, how you saw it, how you felt might be totally different than the other person. So when you're giving advice to someone, it's not about what you went through as much as how you feel they need to go through it, if you know them enough. So if you know them well, you know the possible reaction that they will have to what's happened to them. You know pretty much how they would react to that. And then you have to decide on, okay, I don't want to feel this bad, and this is how they should behave if they want to feel better. Because me saying to people, yeah, well, these bad things that happen to you, they're making you stronger, might not go down with some people. So it's good to see it from all sides. And I've had the sort of life where I think I've been right low, and I've been, I won't say blissful. I've never been blissful. I've never been, I think I've cried many times, sadness, anger, happiness. I've cried when my kids were born, those sort of things. But to live a life of bliss, no, I can't say, or, without worry. So hand to mouth sort of life rather than, let's go out and have fun. But I appreciate that. Thanks, Alan. I'm a firm believer in the afterlife, regardless of religion. What do you think of life after death? Huh. Yep. So it would take, thanks for that, Alan. It would take ages if I told you, the things that have happened in my life and what I believe. And it boils down to, look, there is a creator. That's it. End of. Religion, that's bull. That's just man making up stuff to control people. Going forward, you'll probably hear more about me saying that. So religion, I'm not too fond of. Like, some of it's true, some of it isn't, some of it's made up just to control us, some of it's avoided just to control us. As far as I'm concerned, there's one creator who created everything, which means, just like the chase, if there's only one creator and one soul, there can only be one religion. If you want there to be a religion, there can only be one. If there is only one creator, which there is, there can't be thousands of religions. It's just not possible, because they all say different things. And there are many forms of life after death. So, there's beings all around us all the time, different types of beings. And there are different types of beings from, different realms and different galaxies and whatever. So it depends what you mean by life. If you mean us as human beings, then yeah, we us, we don't come back. Another human being's born, and then the soul that comes to us has come back, left us and came back. As a human, we're just having babies, born again, having babies, and then you may remember whatever the soul remembers of the life that it had. So yeah, 100%. Life after death, 100%. Lots of different ways, lots of different. It take too long, but thanks again, Alan. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. My dad died February 4th. Well, not a good day then, February 4th, for either of us. So my thoughts and my heart are with you with regard to that. Yeah, I don't know how you knew my wife was dancing, but yeah, 100%. So I'm a dancer. One day you might see a video of me dancing. I'm a pretty good dancer, if I say so myself. And I can still dance, even at my age. And, my wife loves to dance, and she's probably still dancing. Probably better now, than when, she was with me. Not because of me, but because she hasn't got the problems that she had when she was here on Earth. Yeah, I think it's always good. It's always good to have experience. Like, if you actually want to help people, then the more experience you have with different events in life, the more likely you will be able to help somebody through something, even if it's not quite how they would approach it. They can still understand that it took so many days, so many weeks, so many months, whatever the situation was, whatever that needed to happen. They can understand, they could get a rough idea as to how long it would affect somebody in their day-to-day life. And again, people are different, and people react differently. But there's so many stages of grief that you go through, and in that respect, so you can let them look to that and then understand that when it happens. So the denial and the anger and all those different stages, and then blaming them, blaming you. You can let people look at those, even though they might react differently or might not understand it, that it is that. At least you have that sort of knowledge that you can pass on. So my knowledge is quite varied, and And whenever I'm in a situation, I always try and find the positive, the negative, and the truth. Because without the truth, you can't move forward. Like if you're always searching, and that's for everybody. If Freud's right, I don't know Freud, I don't know his work, but I get the impression that he's talking about, it happens when you're young, and that's pretty much the case. There are things that happen to you when you're a child that you keep with you even though you don't remember it. And it's about, finding that child and helping them understand everything that they went through, which is pretty much what I've been. Everything that they went through, why they went through it, how it affected them. And then as you get older, keep looking at yourself. Look at the things that you've done good, look at the things that you've done bad, and work out if you could have done it differently, if you were made to do it, if you chose to do it, all of those things to help you understand who you are in the now. I know me in the now. I knew who I was. I knew who I wasn't, but I know who I am. I'm me now. I don't give a flying what people think about me, what people say about me, because I already know. Like it's not hidden. I'm me. I've looked at me. I've told myself off. Give myself a right telling off, and I've praised myself, for some of the things that I've done, and I'm happy with who I am because that was my life. That was where I've been, and where I'm going, and then I would judge myself, each day, going forward. Oh, 100% agree. Woohoo! Somebody agrees with me. Wow. Worship nothing, love. Cool. Love it. Namaste, Street. Absolutely, 100%. Ashe as well. Yeah, love everything. That's, a hope for the world. That is for me. Like, there is nothing or no one that you can't love. Like people say, oh, I hate snakes. Oh, I hate spiders. Oh, I hate this. I hate that. There's no need to hate them. Absolutely no. Or fear them. Well, obviously, if they're, poisonous or angry, you don't want to. But as long as you have a respect, I think most creatures and people involved as well are okay to be around, as long as you don't upset them. Obviously there are those that see you as a meal every now and again, but more often than not, if you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, and if you annoy them, then they'll strike back, and that's the same for anybody. But if you show them love, I mean, just go online and look up all these heartwarming videos of animals asking humans for help and humans helping animals. It's like you wouldn't think it, like polar bears, not grizzly bears, but polar bears and such, foxes, all types of different animals, dolphins, asking humans for help. The humans help, and then these animals react in a knowing way as an appreciation of thanks. And it's amazing. Like, you just wouldn't think it. Like, these are dangerous animals, some of them. And it's like, and they ask humans for help, the human helps, and then the animal thanks them and follows them or goes to them or however the case may be. And it's like, that's crazy. Firstly, that, someone was brave enough to go up to a polar bear and help it, or, a trapped lion or a trapped fox or whatever the animal was. It's like, how dangerous that animal is. And you're trying to save it. And it's like, I don't know if the animal knows. I don't know if the human is blessed. I don't know how these things are. I haven't got those sort of facts. But when I see it, I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. But yes, 100% right, Street. Yeah, I love everybody. Oh, everything. You're right, everything. So yeah, namaste. Cool. My favourite stage is good grief. Hey, Paul, how you doing? Good to read you. Hope you are well, my friend. The Trinity positive, negative, neutral. I haven't understood it in that way. Thanks, Single Barrel. The Trinity positive, negative, and neutral. Yeah, I like that. I might use it one day if you don't mind. Positive, negative, and neutral. Cool. Which is like, like negative, like positive, and it is what it is. Somewhere during our evolution, we stopped eating our own children. Yeah, some people did, Alan. Some people did. Some people didn't. The worst part of this is I believe there's a creator, and I believe we're all his children, all of us, every single one of us, which makes us all brothers and sisters. That's it. Like, and I know, family doesn't get on, but it's crazy to think that we're all brothers and sisters, and we should all really just get along, which is what Forrest said. And everything that Forrest said, is all about spirituality. My eyes are open as my eyelids are closed. Like his third eye is open, but he doesn't have to see with his eyes, he can see with his third eye. Like, we laugh at some of the things that were said, but then when you think about it, it's like, oh, that's very spiritual. And he says, I'm not religious, but I'm the most spiritual person. 100%. If you look at some of the things that Forrest said, it's like, wow, very profound. And we just laugh at it like, haha, that's funny. And I don't know if he knows we think it's funny, and he's hoping that someone realizes it's spiritual or what. But I'm sure he knew it was spiritual. I'm sure he knew everything that he was saying was spiritual. Hey, Kiwi, or at least find a way to do something or find the answer to a question if I don't know. Yeah, most of my life has been like finding the answer. Like, if you're always stuck, like if your life is always a problem, you're going to get more answers than someone whose life isn't. Like, if you're well off, you don't have to be well off, but it's easier to explain it. If you're well off and you don't have any issues, you're less likely to have the more life problem solving skills than someone who isn't well off, who's had to struggle, every day of their life to make ends meet, to clothe themselves, to feed themselves, to get to work and back, to go to the shops and back. Everything has to be accounted for and planned, and you have to find the answer to each of those. Whereas if you just get up in the morning, have your coffee, whatever it is, whatever these people have, get in the car, drive wherever they want to drive, go to work if they work, come home, and not even contemplating having any issues, getting gas for the car, paying for the shopping, not having to balance that sort of fine detail. Once you're in that fine detail every day, man, you soon learn life skills. Have we Hollywood? Oh, so that's an answer to yeah. So, well, I think Hollywood are finding out. I don't want to go into that because those negative thoughts. I'm not supposed to have negative thoughts, but I think other things are going to happen. Not just what's happened there, but God isn't happy, and He's letting us know. And there'll be something else. So earth, fire, water, air. Air's next. and maybe, the water to go with the air, the strong winds or whatever. But, not just God. So this is weird. So it depends how you look at it. If you want to look at it as a universe, it's a universe. If you want to see that it's aliens, it's aliens. If you want to see that there's a God, there's a God. But you can't. I see it as there's father and mother. I see father and mother. That's how I see it. And if it's father and mother, then I know people are going to start kicking off. But father created the children because obviously mother carried, it, but father created it. So, and that's how I see it. And if people don't like it, they don't like it. Tough. But for the sake of mother to look after us all, the earth, the animals, everything, and father who created it, so mom's the housekeeper because she kept the house. That's how I see it. I don't think it's very difficult, and I don't believe religion plays a part in any of it. I just think God plays a part in everything, and that's where you need to start. You need to say, look, there's a creator. Okay, what's the proof? What proof do we have that there is a creator? And people say, none at all. Okay, then there's no proof. That's it. There's no proof. But, people have to agree that there was Jesus. Jesus did exist. So you can start at that point. If there was a Jesus, and Jesus is the Son of God, that's what's been told. That's the evidence that we have. So you have to start there. You have to start there and then work back. And those people existed, working backwards. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph came from David. And David came from Noah, I think, or the other way around, whichever way around it is. And they came from Adam and Eve. So if you keep going back and back and back and back, you get to a certain point in time. I'm not saying Adam and Eve were the only people on earth because, I read the Bible, they came out of the Garden of Eden and they bumped into these people. It's like, well, if you're the first people, how have you bumped into these people? So, I try and question everything with the facts that I have to try and get to the answer of the facts that I have. And if I don't have the facts, I will state an opinion, but it doesn't mean it's correct. It just means with the information I have, this is where I am. Uh-oh. We're just different. Oh, that was it. That goes back a long time, that does. It's yours. The chopsticks work for all space. We are all just different shades of brown. Well, minus, yes, that's something that I said earlier on. I appreciate that single barrel. We are. So our melanin, whatever it's called, melanin. So apart from albinos who don't, so, that different shade of melanin is what makes us a different color. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. And, the Homer brown could be the skin. What's underneath. Because we're all brown, apart from albinos. So you're right. Robert is me, and I saw it. I wasn't poisoned, but I felt bad, and I am sorry for everything except Dave Woodall. I don't think not unless you're in Florida, Robert. I don't think Robert is you. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I know you don't like Dave Woodall, but this is, love thy neighbor, which is something that I said before as well. That's how America became America. With that attitude of love thy neighbor. Do unto others as you want done to you, blah, blah, blah. And those sort of things disappeared from, most countries, if they existed in those countries in the first place. This love thy neighbor scenario disappeared. And it became keep up with the Joneses. We want what they have. And then it changed, like, I don't want nothing to do with my neighbors. And, you went from leaving your door open and them coming around and asking for sugar or stuff to locking your door every time you went out. And it's like with, 6 bolts. What the heck's going on with the world? I don't get it. Not paying his debts. I didn't know he wasn't paying his debts. And as that to be called in. Well, Forrest did say, don't pay any debts yet. So, he's probably got a point there. Muscle memory of life. Use knowledge to create and manifest destiny. Ooh. FF is one of the most intellectually gifted humans of our times. I don't know how he got through. I don't know how he managed to put up with, everybody else. I don't know how he managed to put up with people. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to put up with people. Like, as much as I love people, I just think, why have you said that? Why have you done that? Like, there's no need for it. I'll be out and then someone will say something. I'll be like, well, there's no need to say that. Or they'll tell me, like, I was speaking to somebody the other day and they said, blah, blah, blah. And then they tell me what they said in response to it. I'm like, well, why have you said that? Like, you'd have cut them to the core by saying that. And it's like, no, I don't think so. It's like, well, yeah. You just, like, people just don't care. They just, I don't know. I don't get it. Human or life is a fifth element. Oh, no, we're back to Bruce Willis and whoever that person was I can never remember. It was a good film. I enjoyed that film. The best answers can be found within one's temple. So, and that's the first place you should look. If the temple is the body that you're talking about. So the hardest fight that you'll ever have is with yourself. Seriously. When you go within, that's the worst battle you're going to have. Or the best battle you're going to have. Depending on how you think of it. I know you're getting ready to move, you're protected and free to go now. Right, okay. If there is a God, it is alien to us. We are humans. God is not. Well, God is supposed to be in everyone. So therefore, we're all God. Every single one of us is God. Every single one of us. Just have to find him. You have to find the God within. Like, God exists within all of us. He made us. He created us. Like, Alan, you've got kids. You exist within all of your kids. Seriously, you exist within them. And as they get older, they will become you. They will be just like you. They will be Alan Kelly. Or, whoever your wife is. If you've got girls. They will become like mum and dad. That's it. That's the be all and end all. God is within us all. You are God. You will grow up to be like God if you believe that you are God. And you have to be, because he made us. That's not, you can't deny that. Well, you can, because you'll say, well, there's no God. So if there's no God, then you can deny that. But if there is a God and he made us, then it's no different than you having kids and them being like you when they get older, because you're training them to be like you. And God is training us to be like him. Only some of us don't want to be like God. They want to be their own bosses. And they want to be their own God. They want to be God. They want to rule, which is what's happened in this earth that we have and this veil that they put over everybody to hide us from the truth. I don't want to go down that anyway. This is just a good place. So yeah, God is within us all, and therefore we are just children trying to be God as we grow up. Lifetime existence maybe could be a good start. I'm a soul, temporarily trapped in a human body. Well, you're not trapped. So you have a soul inside you that chose to be inside you, not trapped inside you. And you are a human with a soul inside you. Nice train of thought. Choo-choo. Thanks. We are all RJ Key. J Key. Uh-oh, message retracted. I don't know what that was. David is seated to the left, hand of God. Ah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've got my mate the devil in and God here and me in the middle, because I walk the grey road. I'll be honest with you. I'm a sinner, same as everybody else. I think the only person that didn't sin was probably Jesus, and even he was hated by the people in the church that were supposed to, adore him. So I'm no expert on God. I'm new to all of this. I'm trying to stay on the side of God, on this side. I'm trying to. But, my mate here, has some, tempting offers. And so I walk this middle road, knowing that, dad wants me to behave in a certain way and mum wants me to behave in a certain way. So I need to make sure that I don't upset dad too much. So I stay in this grey road. I walk this path. This is the path that I walk. And I tell dad and mum that, you made me this person walking this road. You too taught me to be this person walking this road. And now I can't change because you two made me this person. You made me. Your parenting made me behave in this way because you allowed me to be with this person. If you didn't put this person in my life, then I'd be over there. But you put that person in my life, and now I'm here. And it's difficult for me to be over there. So now I walk my path, not far, but too far to walk. I walk this grey line all the time. And I have the battle, the argument with myself about how far this way I can go and how far this way I can go, because of who I am. It's just who I am. I can't change me. Now, if dad wants to change me, he'll have to give me, excuse me, the encouragement and the guidance and the opportunity to be more on that side. And if I don't get that, then I'll stay in the middle. But I'm fully aware that my mate here, I'm not going to go to the other side. He knows, I know. I'm not going to the dark. There's no way. So he knows and I know. So I'm stuck on this grey road with the hope that I can go on to the white side. But I walk with the devil. Like he walks alongside me and God walks alongside me and I'm thinking, well, I'm okay here. Am I going to go to heaven? Am I going to go to hell? I don't know. But this is who I am. This is who I am. And God doesn't hate me yet. And the devil doesn't hate me yet. Both of them seem to love me. So far, so good. Some point in time, God might, just smite me and go, wait, what do you think you're doing? And then, it's all over for me. But I try and walk the best I can. I try to be the best person I can be based on what's, put in front of me. That's it. I try to love everybody. If people don't want me to love them, okay, I won't love you. That's it. And if people want to hate me, okay, you can hate me. I'm not going to make anybody do anything they don't want, and I'm not going to put myself on anybody who doesn't want me on them. That's it. I've never met anyone who claimed they are not a sinner. That would be too tempting. Hey, Frank, good to see you. Yeah, some people say that. Hey, Wig, sorry. Oh, Davey, wow, a lot went past there. How much was I talking? Wow. Lifetime in existence. Done that. David. In my opinion tree, opinion nuts. Tim, how you doing? Good to read you. Not sure. Bloodline, yes. My bloodline. Wow. There is so much that I would like to say, but can't. Hey, Davey, good to read you, mate. Our children are a mirror image. Yeah, it's really good to see you, Davey. Hi, Mario and Mr. Wig. Elites are searching hard for that bloodline. COVID swabs to the brain. Yeah, I think they know where that bloodline is, but it won't help them even if they find it. I've never met anyone who claimed that. Yeah. Oops. Wow. Total sum of all energy of creation. Yeah, but you have to bear in mind that there's... Hey, Alberti. Not bear in mind that there's Alberti, but you have to bear in mind that there's multiverses, there's different dimensions, 12 planes of existence, blah, 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 all created with all these different forms of life that people aren't told about, but they exist and they must exist. Oh no, the starship was lost. Oh, I lost my heart to a starship trooper. Flashing lights in hyperspace. Kiwis. If the universe is infinite, then energy is infinite. Yes, we need that 0 point energy, don't we? I'm not a mathematician. You can find encouragement and guidance every day if you have the right mindset. 100%. Absolutely 100%. I agree with that 100%, Alan. But if you want to learn, you'll learn. And there's always people out there that will help and teach. And it doesn't matter what it is that you want to learn, like even the bad stuff. There's always somebody out there if you just, open yourself up to it. No, I'm not saying you should open yourself up to bad people, but, if you want to teach, there's always someone who wants to listen. In the Lord's Prayer, this verse asks God to keep people from being tempted to sin or to support and deliver them when they are tempted. It's a reminder that people are in a spiritual battle. 100%, David B. Perfect, that is. Yeah, so, and lead us not into temptation. Almost sounds like, God, don't lead us into temptation. But he's not saying that. It's basically, here you go. This is your life. This is your free will. What are you going to do with it? And it's like, well, the devil says, this is good. So we'll have this. And it's like, well, maybe not. No math required. It's the inverse of 0. There is nothing less than 0. Apart from -1. And there wasn't 0. Like, we used to live in a world where there wasn't even a 0. Like, the 0 was added to the calculations that we had. People were working without 0. That's fact. They started at 1, they didn't have a 0. And then, 0 came along. I was like, ooh, wow, look at this. Look at this. Wig Reeves does not have to guess about, where did that go? Doesn't have to guess about the afterlife. I've been stone cold dead. Stone cold dead before. I don't know how to take that, but it seemed funny. It's not funny if you've been stone cold dead, but it's just the way it's said. Cheers, I don't know what that's for, but unless that's hello. If 0 exists, then it is something, not nothing. And that's 100% right as well. And that's the problem with people, how they think sometimes. So, like, doing nothing is an action. The fact that you go and do nothing is an action at doing something. You purposely choose to do nothing. That's me doing something. By me just doing nothing, that's me choosing to do something. So my doing nothing is me doing something. Glad you are among us, Will. Are you glad? 0 is just a concept of nothing. Once there's nothing, then there is nothing less than nothing. There is nothing less than nothing. I don't know how to work that out, because the thing that's less than nothing is whoever the creator is, whatever the creator is, because he created something out of nothing. So therefore, if there was nothing, where did the creator come from? Which is less than nothing and more than nothing. So it's a bit weird, that is. Very weird. Very, very, very weird. But I like to think about those things. No. No. But if nothing is a concept of 0, but it's not, is it? Like, 0 is an actual numerical account, and nothing is everything, or nothing. But if you have a whole load of nothing, that's everything. Everything is nothing, and nothing is everything. If you have a whole load, if there's just nothing everywhere, then that's everything. So it's a bit weird, but that's how it is. If nothing is everywhere, then nothing must be everything, because it's everywhere. So it's everything of nothing. Everything is nothing. So I'm not smart enough to work those things out, but 0 is a starting point of reverse. So is a 1 with 6 zeros after it still a 1? And there you go. That's the numerical value of 0. That's what makes the difference between having a 0 and not having a 0. And that's what makes the difference between having a binary code and not having a binary code. If 0 didn't exist, you wouldn't have computers. Like, that's just crazy. But then, the whole of life is digitally made, is, ones and zeros. So, science and religion will become one because everything was made. And you'll get to the point where you'll be able to make things like, test tube babies. You'll be able to play God because science will get to the point where it can do what God can do. That's just fact. If you can think it, it will happen at some point in the future. If somebody thinks it, it will happen. So time travel will happen because somebody thought about it. Using the black hole, blah, 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 whatever it is, all of these things that people think of, dark matter, etc., 0 point energy, all these things will exist. They will exist because people have thought of it. And most of it comes from, drip feeding in the films that we watch. And then, these aliens that we see and these flying saucers that, these rockets that are landing that Elon Musk are doing, like with Thunderbirds. Basically, we're watching Thunderbirds play out now, which was a toy, made by Jerry Anderson or whatever. It's like, wow, those things that they did then in the 60s are actually happening now. So, anything's possible. Anything is possible. And that's how you have to believe it. Good one, Elvie. Hey, Casper, how you doing? Tim, see you in a bit. Hi, Nikki, how you doing? Good to read you. Oh, a good video to revisit is when Fenn was asking questions of the man who he fought, sitting both piped from. I have never seen someone so focused on listening to another person talk. I seem to remember some of that Fenn stuff, but wasn't it violent? If you go forward, you are moving away from a point. Behind that point is more 0 represents the start of a revert. Oh, yes. I suppose so. I suppose you could look at it like that. Total, encompass, positive, negative, less than 0 and more than 0. There has to... The difference is, like, one is talking about a numerical value and the other is talking about everything or nothing. Like, 1 minus 1 minus 2 minus 3 is the 0 we're talking about, and nothing has nothing to do with that 0. Apart from it means nothing. It means 0. But nothing is not 0, really. Nothing is everything. If it's a whole load of nothing, there's a whole load of it. Nothing is actually everything. But 0 is the point you get before you start getting negative. Like, freezing is below 0. That's it. You can't get away from that fact. It gets colder than 0. The only problem with all of these things is we made all of this. We made time. We made Celsius and Fahrenheit and blah, 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 blah. At one point, no, it was just, bloody hell, it's cold. That was it. You know what I mean? It didn't matter how cold it was. It was like, it's cold enough to freeze your balls off, or it's not. Those are the sort of terms that you would get, brass monkeys or whatever. So as humans, we decided that we would put a limit on time. We would put a limit on God. We would put all these limits on things, stuck under this veil of bullshit, because these people were putting limits on everything. There are no limits. There are no limits. Why everybody's putting limits on things, I don't understand. There aren't any limits. The only limits that are put on us are the limits that man created to make us believe something that's not really true. There is no 0. It's cold and it's fucking cold, excuse my French. That's it. But we decided that we wanted to work out time, we wanted to work out temperature, We wanted to work out depth and height and blah, 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 blah. So they gave them all names. And we couldn't even agree on that. Some people have feet and inches and some people have centimeters and meters. And nobody's right or wrong. And yet, they're all wrong. It doesn't matter. Like, these are just things that we made up that made our life easier. But they don't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a foot or, half a meter. Whatever, the equivalent is. It doesn't matter. It's, so big. That's it. It's so big. But to one person, it'll be a foot, and to another person, it'll be 33 bloody whatever centimeters. Windell synonyms: a breeze, draft, gust. Bill, how you doing? Red wing and swine pipe. Ha 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 ha. Big. I don't know why I start reading it. Any part of something is better than no part of any. Oh, yes. And there we go. Any part of nothing. No part of any. Any part. BCC is ball cracking cold. Hello, David Olson. Or Stoof. Or David Paisano. Or how are you doing? The only limit to your imagination is and it's more important than knowledge, which, in spiritual terms is really important. The ability to imagine is a lot better than the knowledge, which I've just been talking about, that a foot or a meter or all those things that don't really matter. You don't have to limit yourself to those thoughts. Anything's possible, which is basically what Forrest was telling us. Anything's possible. You just have to think, what if? It's how we try to make sense of the world we live in. But that's just it. Like, we're making sense of what people told us the world we live in is supposed to be. But this is a fake world. This is not real. This is BS given to us by the elites to make us believe a certain thing, live a certain lifestyle that suits them. Our life is simple. Mother and father give us everything we want if we have enough faith in them to believe that they're going to give us everything we want. That's it. That's how simple life is. That's how simple life is. But we were told something different, and now it's not simple. And these people control us because we believe all of these bullshit things that they told us. And we have to work for them. Whee! Nice, David. Another David. Yeah, there's a lot of Davids. I did say 3.3 feet to the meter. Yes, so 1.1. Oh, there's a important number. So is 3 and 3. 3's a number. 33 is a number. Right, important numbers. And that's why they use that number. The Masons and that. 33. Basically, they stole the past and kept it for themselves. That's exactly what happened. And they kept all the information to themselves and kept us in the dark. And, and that's going to change this year. And they know it. I know it. They know that I know it. And that's going to change. And they need to... I don't want to go down that road. It is what it is. Who made the top 40 on the AI music charts today? I don't know. Don't follow it. Somebody asked me about AI, and it's like, wow, that's going to get weird. I read that on a refrigerator. I put out a song. Ryan Seacrest is almost to the top 10. Oh, cool. If you're Ryan Seacrest, or if that's the title of the song, I'm not sure. Or Ryan is the name and Seacrest is the song, or whatever. Yeah, somebody's been talking about, what are the rules and do we have to follow them? Excuse me. Yep, you do. And you know the rules. Elon caught another booster, but Starship lost over Turks and Caucasus, whatever that is. Yeah, I think the national average is more like 5 inches than 6 inches. So, or however many centimeters that is, 2.5 times 12.5, is it? No, 5 times 2 is 10. Yeah, so centimeters. So, Forrest had 109 rules. So yeah, the rules. Forrest didn't bend the rules, but the rules are important. No, Forrest bent the rules; he didn't break them, but the rules are important. The mindset is that everybody has a religion. Not everybody. People have religions, and they follow those religions. Now, so I don't follow religion. I don't really care about it in that sense. But why is the Pope in charge of Catholics or Roman Catholics or whatever, and Christians? Like, why do people look to the Pope as being a man of God who hides in a state, country, a sovereignty, whatever it is, and hides all the information that they're supposed to be teaching? Like, and they know what I'm going to say, and they know exactly what they're doing wrong. It needs to be shown. It needs to be given. Like, there is no reason on this earth. I don't know why people believe that there is. There's no reason on this earth that they should have all that stuff hidden away. None. None. Apart from they don't want the general people to know it, because it will screw them over. It will screw religion over. So that stuff needs to come out. And it will come out. And the people won't be happy. But that's on them. You don't set up a religion in your own sovereign state with your own rules that separates you from everything else, unless you're hiding something. It's like, why do people revere that person when basically, from a great height, crapping on everyone? It's just unreal. Like, this veil is going to be lifted, like proper lifted. I understand what Zozo's saying half the time, getting rid of religion, but religion is not the problem. Man is the problem. The greed and everything that goes, like, you can have a religion, but there should be one religion. If there is a religion at all. Or you just believe that there is a God, there is a creator. There is a mother and a father who want, the best for their children. That's it. I don't see how difficult that can be. And God's probably looking down at me going, what the heck are you saying? Because I don't know. I don't follow religion. I read some of the stuff and I think, hang on, that doesn't make sense. But I know what does make sense and what doesn't make sense. And I know what is truth and what isn't truth. Because that's how I've tried to live my life. Like, find out what's the answer. What's the answer? And that absolutely doesn't make sense. That there is a sovereign religion that's accountable to nobody. What? But I thought you were for everybody. Like, I thought you were spreading the word of God. Like, if you're spreading the word of God, why are you hiding stuff in an impenetrable place? How is that open and honest and, God-fearing and whatever those words you want to use? I want to say Christian and that, but obviously it's Catholic, so I don't know. Crazy, crazy, crazy. No snow this part of Colorado. No, my snow's gone and it's been sunny. Like, crazy sunny. Mind you, I did ask for it to be sunny. I was like, that's it. Stop it snowing. I've had enough of the snow. It's been there too long. But yeah, the sun's been out. It's like, wow, this is warm and nice. Although, when you ask for the sun, you get the frost. So it gets really cold at night. And there he is. Frosty was a ruler. Don't forget Frosty's extra inch. Was it Frosty's extra inch? Half inch? Don't forget Frosty's extra inch. Whatever it was. I can't remember now. Davey, what was it? Don't forget Frosty's extra inch. This chat delivered via Starlink. Yeah, I can't afford Starlink. It's flat also. What, the Earth? No, the Earth's not flat. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Religion is a delusional cabal. But there's lots of them. That's the problem. It's like, what are you doing? So, let's be honest. Please, let's just be honest. Like, even if you don't agree with what I'm saying, let's just be honest with each other. Why did so-called civilized people travel the world? Because if you notice, they traveled the world, killed off, or changed people's belief to Christianity or whatever it was, these missionaries. Like if you went to the American Indians, they have a totally different belief than we have. If you go to the Aborigines, they have a totally different belief than we have, the Hopis. If you went to the Amazon, they have a totally different belief than we have. And yet we decide to travel the world and convert people as quickly as possible to our type of religion. More than anything. Not let's build a hotel, let's build schools, let's, build a car making plant, whatever. Let's build a church and convert these people who've lived for years and years and years and years, believe in a certain way of life. Let's convert them. Let's change their way of thinking to ours so we can control them, because we don't want them telling people the truth. Like the Hopis, the Hopi Indians, they're amazing. Like the information they have is amazing. And people don't listen to it. But it's like, we're not the same as them. We don't pass on, apart from religion, the way of life, like nature, how to survive in nature, how to be one with nature. Not survive, well, yeah, survive, but how to be one with nature. We don't do that sort of stuff. We just get through life and say, this is how you use a calculator, this is how you use a computer, this is how you do this is how you do that. And we don't really care that much about, the birds and the bees and the trees. And that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because that's how we're supposed to live. And it's just crazy that we don't. Someone snuck a map of Antarctica out at some point. So there's stuff, there's stuff at the poles that people don't want us to know about. Well, there's stuff everywhere on the earth that people don't want us to know about. It's just that people who don't know that we should know find these stuff and tell us. And it's like, oh, that shouldn't exist. Why does that exist? Also, a desert from a fast food chain who has been feeding humans to humanity. A desert or a dessert. We are worshipping false idols. Well, false idols. So the idea is correct. There is one God. The fact is, though, they're all different. How is that possible? How is it possible that there's one God, but they're all different? Again, I'll go back to the chase. Like, life is no different than the chase. Like, nothing is as it seems. Like, all the BS that you're seeing, it's just BS. Absolute BS. And you have to see what the reality is. And that's the same with life. It's all BS. You're meant to be put in this situation where you're arguing and fighting with each other and trying to live your life and too busy trying to live your life to actually notice that everything you're being fed is BS. I am like my ancestor Ethan Allen. Oh, I'm not sure if that's a deity or a dice, or I don't know what a deist is. Constantly changing the order and the rules. Yeah. So, well, basically, they're trying to be God to us. They're trying to control our environment and doing a crap job at it. Like they're screwing over the earth, they're screwing over people, and it's like that's not what God wants. It just isn't. Like whichever God it is that you believe in, they don't want what's happening to us. They really don't. What's happening to the earth, and only those people who are involved in these bad things, are actually in a good position. No, some people are in a good position, and some people are involved in it. And they don't know they're involved in it, and that's particularly in this case. Like there are people saying, "I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know that's what it was. I didn't know that's what it was. Um, I knew it was something, but I didn't know it was that." And and it makes you sick to know that it is that, and blah blah blah. But why does the Pope kiss the hands of? Well, enough said. Once you say that name, enough said. Church does not want the human to know how powerful. Well done, absolutely. Which is what I started with. We're all God. Every one of us is God. Like my children are me. I created them, and they're a mini me, and they will grow up to be a big me. So if God created us, then we are a mini God. Must be, have to be. So God is inside all of us, and we just have to find Him. Like be brought up by Him, be schooled by Him. Like Forrest said, he who labours in God, no, he who teaches a child labours in God's workshop. Something like that. They weren't Christian because the Pope's Inquisition had you killed if you didn't. So, and the whole point was that everybody was being killed because they didn't toe the line, basically. Like, we're going to put you in water, we're going to drown you because you're a witch. If you survive, you're a witch, and if you drown, you're a good person. Well, you can't win. It's like you're dead either way. Sorry, made a mistake. Whatever it is, however that was, it's like you couldn't win. It's like they killed you whichever way it was. Yeah, if you remove the bees, the plant. Like, this is not a fluke. This was all made. Everything that we have was created. It's too perfect not to be. Like, each form of life relying on another form of life to exist. And us relying on bees to pollinate plants. Us relying on water, just rain. Like, if there was no rain, we'd be screwed. Absolutely screwed. It wouldn't take long before we became Mars or Venus or whatever else. It's like just having water. It's just crazy. Much like when they rewrote history in the late 1800s, the insane asylum was just that full of people that did not comply, sent on orphan trains to be adopted. And those sort of things still happen. Like what's happening now with, children growing up saying they don't know if they're male or female. It's probably because there's a soul inside them that isn't of the same sex. And they can hear that soul, and they have their imaginary friends, and however it is. But we grow out of that. And now they're making excuses for it because it's becoming more obvious that something's happening. So they're doping them, changing their sex, and I don't know, it's just crazy. Crazy. Hi, Luli. How you doing? Good to read you. I think religion is just another destiny. Well, there you go. Cult. We're back to the same stuff again. Good evening, Mr. Woody. How are you doing? We are all truth seekers, the true treasures. So the treasure's us. We're all treasures, every single one of us. Through the chase, someone or people have wrote, what a web we weave when we choose to deceive. And that's what's happening in the chase. And it's like, they say it in jest, knowing full well that it's hurting, people. It's hurting people and benefiting them. And they think it's funny. And they think nobody knows, and, they talked about the cult and everything, and they think nobody knows. And it's like, yeah, people know. If people did not exist, nor would religion, yet the planet would still be here, and it would continue till something ends it. Yes, which is what I said about the solution. It doesn't need a solve, really. The chase would exist, can carry on. Hey, MJ. Hi. Rocky Mountain weather report, sunny and cold, single digits, and night about a foot of snow, saying Valley 4. Yeah, our snow hasn't gone yet, but the Earth's screwed because it's not the way it was. Like, I haven't known weather like this ever. That it was bad enough that it snowed, but the fact that it snows every year now and it's it stays around, and something's changed. And Mother Nature's trying to catch up, and I'm hoping that she will. Well, I'm not hoping, I know she will. I know it will go back to the way it was. When people stop messing about with nature. I find it interesting how different people were separate long enough to develop their own language and cultures. Now everyone seems to be convergent. And that could explain why some religions are different, because we're separated. But is that not similar to an experiment where you have so many different species, whatever, living, being treated a certain way to see how they evolve, how they react, or whatever? Because to me, it's weird, very weird. And people say, well, it's where they live, that's why they're this color, or they've got this color hair, or have these freckles, or they have this and have that. But in each part of the world, before we started to travel, people are so different. Like, you have the Asians, you have Africans, you have Europeans. They're so different to look at. It's like God made us in his own image, but these people are so different to look at. You've got people in Norway, Sweden, blonde hair, blah, blah, blah. Germany saying the Aryans, whatever. But then you can say those people in Africa and those people in Australia, who are dark. Hang on. How does that work then? But you don't have different Asian people in different parts of the world. Asian people look like Asian people who live in Asia. Apart from the Eskimos, who are of a similar sort of look, and they live in North Pole, South Pole, one of those poles. And it's like, so what makes us humans so different? And people say, well, it's the area of the world that they live in. It's like, but the world has changed. Continents have disappeared. And people have traveled all over the world. It's like, why do they still look that way now? So there's a reason that these people look the way they do. It's that simple. There's a reason they look the way they do. The truth is facts agreed upon, a story never told does not make it a lie. So Forrest said something, very similar to that. Hope called shoes that the white man wears poison. How to lose your connection to the earth and grounding is put on a pair of shoes. Shoes get you further from spirit. Well done, single barrel. So to live in balance with the earth, Mother Nature, however you want to call it, can't be a bad thing. It can't be a bad thing. But we're so far separate from it now that there needs to be a different mindset. There needs to be a different mindset. Something needs to change to, if we want to stay technological, we can stay technological, have all these amazing things that we have, but still be grounded in nature, in God's blessings. Because that's what this is really about. God is trying to bless each and every one of us because we're his children. And we're refusing it. We're basically saying, no, we don't want that. We'll do it our own way. Stuff you. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. All these other people are saying, no, we want to be God. We don't want people to know about you. We don't want people to know that you want us to have a good life. We want them to be in the dark. So they put this veil over us and give us this BS and live their wildest lives, using all this magic that used to exist, thousands of years ago before they killed all those people and, took it for themselves and hid it from everyone else. But it will have to come to light. But I appreciate that, single barrel. At the end of the line is the star asterisk on the cover once upon a while because it is important literature. Using a star to catch one. Authority is demonic. Hi, Bill. How are you? Yes, he's still butthurt. But in a, medical way, not in a bad way, I hope, anyway. I'm sorry. Did they give you some good medicine? Hope you're doing well. I rewatched some of your last live. I had no idea what was going on and what you were talking about. Did I miss something? Half the time I don't know what I'm talking about, but I had to get a message out to these people that do know what I'm talking about. And there are some people, like, they try to bring the worst of the worst. Let's say, for example, Archangel Michael is the sheriff. And he kicked out the baddie, like the worst baddie. He kicked him out, and someone thought it'd be a good idea to bring him back to help, take over the town. And it didn't work. And, Archangel Michael's probably said to him, what the heck are you doing here? I thought I told you to get stuffed. That's like, why have you tried to bring him back? He's been beat once, and like, he doesn't hold any power. Why have you tried to bring him back? And it's because of the reputation. And it's like, but that doesn't exist now. Like, there is no power now. Whatever power these people thought they had, it doesn't exist anymore. And they still continue. And it's like, just see what's happening around you. Just have a look at what's happening in the world. Have a look at what's happening in your own personal life. And there are no coincidences. There are none. I think Forrest, hinted at that as well. There are no coincidences. What is happening for a reason, and it's purely based on what you're doing. Reap what you sow. Like, you're giving enough information to help you understand. God doesn't do anything without warning people, and people aren't listening, and it's crazy. Waiting for a new cane to retire my walker. Closer to walking. Oh, too far to walk without a cane or walker. 12-inch slices. I'm just glad you're getting better, Bill. I want as many blessings as I can get. Well, you just have to ask for them. See, that's what people don't understand. You're so far away from the truth. You think you have to work hard and do these. You just have to ask and believe that, anything's possible. What if? What if I just ask? What if I just believe? What if I trust? Like, that's how simple it is. People don't want to do that. They don't want to do it. Well, people don't know it because they're hidden from it. And those people that hide in it don't want them to know it. But too late. It's out. So if you want blessings, just ask for it. I only had 1 week of pain meds, only aspirin or Tylenol. Never seen that. To you, Mary, about yeah. But I'm good. These people basically, the chest was a lure. The chase was done. Then what I did was a lure. I gave somebody some information. They took it, ran with it, thought it was good, thought it was funny, thought I didn't know. What they didn't know was this is God's hunt. It's his treasure. And they tried to steal it from him, and they tried to take it from his anointed. And he's not happy. He's pissed. And, karma's a bitch. And some people don't realize that karma's a bitch. And I've tried to tell people what's going on without, upsetting God, because it's his plan. Plans are antagonistic to freedom. It's his plan, not mine. What's happening is his, I want to say vengeance because I don't think it's vengeance yet. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for God, and they still think, they can delay it, and they still think they can keep it, and they still think all of these crazy things. I mean, some people don't. Some people, I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know. Being sick about finding out the truth. But the truth is the truth. And if I did nothing, if I knew nothing, if I, you're arguing with God, not me. Like whoever's doing this, well, I know he's doing it, but you're arguing with God. Like trying to take me out of the picture ain't going to save you. Not going to make any difference. That's just crazy. You're arguing with God. It's his. It's his abundance, not yours. It's not mine. Hasn't given me it yet. You took it. Or thought you could take it. So he's pissed. And these people think they can do parlor tricks. A bit like, Trusted said. It's like people think that I don't know, and it's crazy. Even if it's not me, even if it has nothing to do with me, I know what's going on. I know 100% what's going on. Like to the smallest detail of what they're doing, what they're planning. As I was talking about the live, people want me to go live, and they want me to go live because they wanted something to happen to me while I was live. But nothing's going to happen. Like, it won't work. I keep telling them the stuff they're doing won't work. And they still do it anyway. Which means it's going back to them. However hard they try, however bad it is, whatever they think of, goes back to them worse. And it's not me. Well, I'm obviously putting up my own shield because I don't want it to happen to me, but I've got the devil this side, God the other side, I've got the archangels, I've got my ancestors, I've got the Holy Spirits, I've got my loved ones, I've got so many people protecting me, it's unreal. Like, I'm probably better protected than the president. And it's just crazy. Absolutely crazy that they think that their parlor magic is going to work against all the protection that I have. If it is me. And it's crazy. Absolutely crazy that they're not listening. Like, stop doing it because God is not happy that you're doing it. and Archangel Michael's not happy. You're probably keeping him up at night, or whatever it is. I don't know. Or Raphael, Gabriel, Metatron. Like, I hardly heard of any of these names until the chase. But they're bad. For angels, MFs. They're bad MFs, and they don't take no messing. And then my ancestors, who have been cursed for years and years and years, that has been lifted now. They're not happy either. Like I can give out love because nothing that you're doing is affecting me. Whilst my opinion of you has changed because you're not being nice to me, I don't hate you. And I keep telling people this, but they still hate me, some of them. They don't want me to have whatever it is, if it is me. They don't want this, whoever it is, whoever God said is going to do this, they don't want them to have it. They want it, even though they didn't earn it. Even though, Forrest said there are no shortcuts, even though they're trying to take shortcuts. Even if they didn't have the metal and resolve, even if they didn't shift, drift, and adjust, even if they didn't do any of that, they still want this. And they don't want whoever is due it, the effort, your effort will be worth the cold. Who does that sound like? Like, they don't want to do any of that. They just want to keep this. And they're still trying to delay it, like going against the courts. It's like, no, I'm not going to give you it. It's like, yeah, but you have to. No, I'm not. What are you going to do if I don't give you it? They don't have to do anything. Like, you are already suffering and you want to suffer more by doing what you're doing, not because of the courts. I said before, you can either have a spiritual justice or an earthly justice. That's it. And I know you won't like the spiritual justice. Anyway, you start me going. I didn't want to talk about that, to be fair, but you start me on that. Sticker burrs are keeping me from getting closer to the Great Spirit. Like I say, it doesn't matter what you believe, only that there is a creator. You can call that creator the universe, the Great Spirit, the creator, God, etc., etc., etc. That being exists along with Mother. They exist. They look after us. They want the best for their children. Absolutely the best for their children. And that's not happening. And they're putting their foot down. And now we're in the age of Aquarius and things are going to change. Absolutely going to change. And there are some people who don't like it. It's tough. And again, I'll say, it doesn't matter what I do. As me, it doesn't matter what I do. And it doesn't matter if what you did worked. If you took me out of the equation, or whoever it is, if you took them out of the equation, you still won't win. He has the power. Like He-Man. I have the power. He has the power. Like, you're thinking so small. Like, you're thinking you're attacking somebody on Earth to stop this thing happening. I've tried 4 years now. And it's just not getting through. That whoever you think Major Forrest Fenn is, whoever the creator of the chase is, had to do this. Whoever that is. Whoever is behind it all. So wherever Major Forrest Fenn got his information to do this, whoever that was, however that was, that wasn't one man. That was something divine. The higher hand. You think you're coming against a person? No, you're going against the higher hand. And trust me, there is no power anywhere. Trust me, there is no power anywhere. And black hole, this or that. No, there is no power anywhere. that can go against that. In any multiverse, the space-time continuum, the 12 planes of existence, however many there is, whatever it is, there is no power anywhere that is going to go against that. And you think you're coming against a human being? No. The only thing for me is, like I said, I fix things. No, that's what I do. I fix things and I know stuff. That's it. That's it. But here, in this 3D reality that we have, not in the past, present, future, omnipresent, blah, 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 blah. Stop thinking small. Stop thinking small. You're trying to stop one person getting something, and you think that stopping that person does that. No. To stop the one person getting something, you have to take God out of the equation. It ain't possible. It ain't possible. And I've tried to tell you over and over, you don't want to listen. And I didn't want to go down this road anyway. But again, walked down the road. Yep, there's some evil and it's deceptive, 100%. But the thing is, it's only deceptive if you allow yourself to be fooled by it. My situation was, look, I told people over and over, I've stopped searching. And I didn't tell Forrest. And I didn't go to America because nothing I did, even if I was correct, nothing I did would have had any impact on the chase. And then, after telling people that I didn't even trust the person that set up the chase, I was in a position to give people information, the lure, and they bit. And they're so greedy that they wouldn't let go of the lure that was given to them and thought this lure that they had, this money, this account, this house, blah, 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 everything that they got after that was easy. Like, there are no shortcuts. Somebody did all the work and they thought, well, we'll just take it now. It's been given to us. It's so easy. And we'll just get rid of this person. After I told people before I did this thing, I did not even tell Forrest the answer. You think I would tell you? You think I would tell a random name on the internet? Crazy. This was supposed to play out. Forrest couldn't stop it. He told us. I couldn't stop it if I wanted to. Which means something or someone else is in charge. And something will end the chase. So if Forrest is not in charge, who is? And whoever is in charge is pulling the strings. So you were meant to have this information. And whoever was supposed to suffer, whoever was supposed to learn, whoever was supposed to be strong enough and brave enough to get title, whoever was supposed to be out in the cold, because that's where you put them, out in the cold, shunned, ridiculed, laughed at, whatever it is you're trying to do that you thought was funny, all these sex things that you're doing, catching these diseases. Like, you thought I didn't know? It's like, that's crazy. And even though I was telling you what was happening. And you still didn't know. And when you knew, you tried to do some bad shit. And it didn't work. And it came back at you. And I told you it was going to come back at you. And I'm still telling you it's going to come back at you. And I'm still telling you that this person that was supposed to be my love, that you soiled, that you used, along with the other people, these children. You think I don't know all of this stuff? You think I didn't want to go over there? It's not up to me. It's not up to me. This was not my hunt. This is not my ending. This is God's ending. This is God's will. This will end when He decides it ends. And He will show the whole world what you did. The whole world. There is nowhere you can hide. None of you. I tried to tell you over and over. You're on the wrong side of the poem. You need to go out through the fence, come over to the wood, and leave all that shit. It's not real. Leave it. There is only one solution, and it's not yours. It really isn't. And I told you over and over and over and over again. And then you say, no, I didn't know. Well, I don't know how many times I could tell you that it was all wrong. You're right in what you're thinking, but it is so wrong. Now, I hold nothing against no one. I love everybody. I was willing to share with everybody. I still am. Not the people in the chase. You burnt your bridges. I think Forrest wanted a bridge. You burnt your bridges. 2003. I don't know how many times I told you. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? No. Good. Always thought I deserved a throne. Actually, I think I deserve a throne. Well, not me. So you came against the wrong person. Not me. Not me. Although I was the wrong person to come against. You thought I was just, naive and weak and, mild man, a bit like Clark Kent. But you don't know me. And you don't want to get on the wrong side of me. But I'm not in charge of this. Anyway, why'd you keep making me talk about it? Physical therapist says I'm 2 weeks ahead. No kidding. Says my muscles are in great shape. Them are muscles that you get on the seashore, not muscles. I'm missing all this now. Uh-oh. Wow. The doctor only cut major muscle. The universe is God, 100%. Or God is the universe, whichever. 12 weeks to recover from hip replace. What's going on, Mario? Not much. Not my end. Your end. Probably loads. I'm surprised you don't know. I'm surprised you're not following it all. Are you talking about Chase Inc., the people who think they are in charge, like myself anointed? How are you doing? I'm okay, got some minor health issues. Well, I hope you get well. 250 years ago, April 19, this year, below the fire, below the home of Captain. Oh, I've read that before. Lily Bell, I'm good, hope you feel soon. Me too, I hope she does. Thank you. Divine is the only intervention I'm looking for. Me too. Well, it's not far away. Well, Bill, the British has competition, Chinese, Koreans, Russians, etc. I'm not following the context of this, Mario. Is there a background story I'm not aware of? Yeah, this goes back lots of years. Hey, Ben, has anyone figured out who Mario's talking about yet? I have. Rewind, Ben, very deep shit. Laugh out loud, there's a cipher. Yes, a bit like the Bible. Same culprits. Is someone no one's getting rid of me. God's made sure of that. If it is me. China in collapse, they just cut everybody's income in half. Shanghai is near ghost town, empty trains, no people on the streets. You need a siphon on that end, in all likelihood. They follow like blind sheep. Yeah, the sheeple. That pretty much happened in the chase. Devil's elbow. Redemption. That's why the cipher is in the middle, to prevent stumbling upon the chest. Yeah, you're never going to stumble on that chest. And the treasure wasn't... Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll hear about it soon, if you don't already know about it. And how does that change the future, Father? It doesn't. And how is that in the Rocky Mountains? It isn't. Yeah, don't worry about it, Dave. He's not being like that. Divine intervention, that's what the world needs. Love, 100%. Like, love is the highest frequency. If everybody, even if you were indifferent, it's better than having low vibration, bad stuff. But if everybody loved everybody and everybody believed, that they were God, part of God. God created us, so therefore we are God. Ourselves, we are God. We're part of God. Have to be. If He created us, just like, your son, your daughter is part of you, grow up to be you. We are part of God and we'll grow up to be part of God. As long as we believe in His teachings and understandings, etc., in the simplest form, not in the religious form that people talk about. There is no reason why you can't have the blessings. None at all. But some people wanted those blessings for themselves, and they went about it in an evil way. God just wants you to go about it in a normal way. How are you? Authenticity. 100%. And that's what this is. Like I said earlier, the hardest battle is the battle with yourself, to go within. That's the hardest battle you'll ever have in life. 100%. But if you can face yourself, like if you can see yourself in the mirror, if you know who you are, and if you stand in that and don't let nobody sway you from that, which is what people are trying to do, you can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. And if you have faith, which is what you were told, if you have faith, then He'll drag you through. However hard it is for you, God will make sure that you get through. And nobody bothered. Nobody gave the monkeys, because they were already believing in some other stuff and thought, that shortcut was going to lead to the glory, to the title, to the abundance, to everything. And it doesn't. It just leads to ruin. And they still can't see it. And it's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Good day, Nikki. Hope your day was awesome. Hope everybody's day was awesome. Have people given out New Year's resolutions and, decided that they're going to do something different? I haven't, because I never keep them. But the good news is we're on the... see, this is weird. English is weird. But when you say uphill, that means it's difficult. When you say downhill, that means it's bad. But it also means it's good. And I thought, what? Hang on. Downhill is bad? No, downhill is good. So it's downhill now because the days are longer. We've gone through the horrible bit where it gets colder and shorter. Now they're getting longer. So we're heading towards spring. So is it uphill or downhill? So for me, it's all downhill. It's easy now. Plain sailing, not downhill bad. Because, I prefer the warmer weather than the colder weather. And we've had some good days today, so I'm happy. Happy. Just say the word love will change your waters to something beautiful. I think I might officially change my first name from my born name to Love. Oh. So you'll be... which one will it be? Single Barrel Love or Love Barrel Silo? Alpine Gulch. Haven't seen you here for a while, if I've seen you here. Good to read you. Hi. Imagine if there were no such thing as mirrors or reflections, so you could never see what you look like, but you could only see what everybody else looks like. Hi, Tigger. How would that change your outlook on you? I think if you go through life, if you know yourself, it doesn't really matter how other people, you know, see you, perceive you, because most times they'll see how they want to see you, whether it's how you are or not. But if you know yourself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you know yourself, absolutely doesn't matter. That's my opinion. I don't think you need a mirror to know who you are. I think you just need to, you know, search your soul, search your mind, search your child, whatever it is. If you know who you are, it doesn't matter about anybody else. It really doesn't. And if you can love yourself with all the flaws that you have, it doesn't matter what other people think. You know, and that's where I've been. You know, I've been to that dark night of the soul. You know, I've been through it. I didn't come out as Batman, or Super Mario, but you know, I came out of it. And like I say, I came out of it because the devil helped me out of it. Like, I was in a bad place. I did the Dante's Inferno stuff. I went through those phases. And God sent the devil into me and made me who I am. But he helped me out. Like, he made me look at myself. You know, he didn't actually, you know, he's not actually speaking to me like, you know, how are you, mate? How are you today, Mary? But yeah, he picked me up. Like, I was in a bad place. But, you know, Forrest said, you need to metal and resolve. You need to shift, drift, and adjust. You need to move with confidence. You need to do all of these things. And when I thought that I couldn't get up because I was in a bad place, the devil came along and was like, oh, so you're here with me, are you? Got you? I was like, no. Have you? You haven't got me. He's like, well, I have. Look at you. There's nothing left of you. You're screwed. I'm like, no, I'm not screwed. So I was like, oh, so what's next? And it's like, well, you need to get back where you were. You need to keep doing what you were doing. So, you know, we're in the tunnel now. And I can see the light. And we're moving quickly through the tunnel. Now, some people who are in the tunnel with me want it to stay dark, want us to stay in the tunnel. But we aren't staying in the tunnel. It's that simple. We're not staying in the tunnel. And the information that's coming out, you know, when it sees the light of day, is going to surprise a lot of people. And there's a lot of people that it won't surprise because, you know, they're part of it. But the world is going to be shocked. And, you know, I don't know how many years ago, 6 years ago, don't know how many years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was, when I first came into the chase, I didn't think it was going to be this. I really didn't. And I didn't. When I was first in the chase, I thought it was going to be, you know, a few weeks. I was going to get the treasure, and that was it. It was over. And then I went to America, you know, heard it all, and I was like, nah, this isn't it. This isn't right. There's something. This isn't the truth. And I wanted the truth, and I asked God for it. Literally, I asked God for it. Like, he's my dad, and I need help, so I asked God. And he basically said, okay, then, but you won't like it. I was like, what do you mean I won't like it? Well, you know, some people can't handle the truth. The moon chasing the sun, the sun. I don't think we head to spring until early February. Oh no, I know. Like, we're in winter now. This is our winter, and probably your winter as well. So I'm under no illusions that this is winter, but it's the winter where the days are getting longer, which means doesn't mean it's going to get warmer. It just means we're not going to have so much dark, and that's what I'm trying to push going forward. That this darkness that we've been living under, you know, this darkness, we're going to see a little bit of light and then dark. This darkness will be gone. will be gone. And there'll be so much in the light. And there's so many people coming back into the light. So many people saved. Bad people, not so much. And Mother Nature will get her Earth back. And people will be off the streets. And hospitals will be doing what they're supposed to be doing. And churches, if they exist, will be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Not this crazy stuff that's been hidden from everybody. That's all good, INFJ. Thank you. Part of it is, to let these people know that it doesn't matter what I already know what they're thinking. I already know what they're planning. It's like, even if it's not me, I know that they want somebody to go on a live stream and they want something to happen, etc., 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 and that ain't going to happen. And they're just going to make themselves look stupid, and they're just going to hurt themselves more. And I keep trying to tell them that, and they don't want to believe it. And not just, the chase. I'm talking about the Pope. I'm talking about people who are heads of countries all around the world. I'm telling you, this year, things are going to change. Things are going to change. Not because of me. Well, maybe because of me. Depends what, Dad says about it. But things are going to change. And the light will spread. And God's sovereignty will be known. And his divine plan will come to fruition. And ain't nothing that anyone can do will stop it. Nothing. It boils down to those that choose to repent have a chance. Those that don't. And it boils down to then, is it a spiritual prison or an earthly prison that they have, or sentence or justice or whatever that is, because of what they did. And I said in the other video, that information has to come to light, that they're hiding. And these people know who they are and what they hid and how they treated people around the world and how they think that they're more superior. And that's all going to stop. It's all going to change. Not because of me. Well, I say not because of me. I'm not going around individually dragging these people by the scruff of the neck and doing stuff. That's not me. He has, I don't know how many in his army. I don't know. And my mate, the devil, is helping them with these low vibrational dark entities, whatever you want to call them. Because he is controlled by him. Get thee behind me, Satan. And he did. Because he was told to. Because he has no choice. So if you think that the devil is going to save you, I love the devil. If you think he's going to save you, he ain't going to save you. The only person that can save you is yourself. You repent, and then you see what happens. But if you don't repent, you know what's going to happen. You know, because you have all the information. You know what you did. You know what you did. You know what you're doing. This world is going to change. It really is. God, you all know. Even if you're not part of it, you all know. God has chosen ones. He has people he's chosen. He always has. The prophets or whatever it is you want to call it. He has people he's chosen. And they will come to the fore in 2025. And they will sort out all the mistakes that you people have made, all the wrong deeds that you people have made. It's not just about the chase. This is the world. And you might think that I'm crazy, and I don't care. I've been to me. I know the sinner in me. I know the not so stupid person in me. And I know whether I'm crazy or not. And I know I'm not crazy. So, as I've always said, you don't have to believe a single word I say. You don't have to. But you do have to believe, have faith in a maverick, in the creator, in Forrest, Fenn. If you have to believe that somebody set this up. You have to believe that. You have to believe there's a divine reason, a higher hand that did this. That's what you were told right at the beginning. And you went against that teaching. You went against it. You believed that you could cheat the divine hand. Like, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, anyway, I don't want to go down that. The devil is not Satan. I'm not getting into those. It doesn't matter, does it? It really doesn't matter. Like, there is no religion. There is the creator. There is no one single religion. There is the creator and us. And there will be one single religion if God chooses there to be one single religion. There cannot be hundreds of religions. It's impossible. Impossible. Just like the chase. There can't be that many souls. There can only be one. There was only one divine plan, one divine solution for that plan, and it plays out how God wants it to play out. Everything that we've been given was written by man to keep us subjugated by them. So maybe there needs to be another book. I don't know. Maybe God needs to write more tablets. I don't know. And I hope he doesn't strike me down for that. But I don't know his plan. He knows his plan. But you're basing all your information you're giving to people on a book that was written by a man. None of us were there. None of us were there. None of us. Don't care who you are, you weren't there. Well, some people were there. The soul that's inside them was there. And if you're connected to the soul and you can hear them speak, then maybe you were there. If that's, the way you want to go with it. But the words don't matter. Devil, Satan, Lucifer, Diablo, Pluto, Ganymede, whatever the different names are. Doesn't matter. I can't remember what it was, but those names are irrelevant. They're just different religions given that type of person that name. I'm going to call him Jack. All right, Jack. It doesn't matter. That's just my opinion of that type of being. Doesn't matter whether it's Satan or the devil. Absolutely doesn't. It really doesn't. And it doesn't matter whether it's God or the universe. It doesn't. But you have to believe, you really do have to believe that there is one creator and he did this. He really did do this and is doing this. Unless you think I am. Unless you think I'm doing all this. Everything that you've done, directed at me, without the aid of the archangels and the ancestors and the spirits and my loved ones and the devil and everything else, without their aid, without God, you reckon that I'm returning everything to you and making your life a misery. You reckon that I'm doing magic spells and sending them to you. Get real. Get real. I'm not doing it. How the heck am I doing it? I'm battling All of you people, the best people that you've got, I'm battling all of you on my own. Like, pew, pew, pew. Direct it back. Return to sender. Return to sender. Pew, pew. Ring, ring, ringing bells, doing these smoke things, whatever it is. You think I'm doing all that? No, no, no. So, something or someone is. Everything that you've tried to do has been shit for you. It came this way, went, uh-oh, and then went back, but went back worse. You think I did that? You think that I've got the power to do that? All of that. Even when I'm asleep. Even when you try to track me in my dreams. I'm sending it all back. Of course I'm not. Of course I'm not. So, if you know that I'm not doing it, then you must know that something or someone is. And that something or someone is more powerful than anything that you've got. It ain't me. It ain't me. And it ain't you. It's crazy. I don't know why you could get me back on that. No one knows any gods. Okay. Hang on. I'm missing stuff again now. INFJ said that. Do you live in a hotel? I don't know who's that to. God, the devil is not saying they're not. We are entering the age. We are in the age of Aquarius, or entering it. But yeah, Aquarius is good. I'm an Aquarian. My birthday soon. Can't quit this chaser life when I'm living in Amish paradise. Mary, have you warned the people who are getting messed with, like, aside from these streams? Mary, have you warned the people who are getting messed with? Okay, this is how it works. See my mate? He's warned everybody. They know. Even the Pope. Even, your boss over there. Even bosses in other countries. Things are happening in other countries. Things are happening in America. Like the fires. There'll be an air, whatever soon, which may bring a lot of water. So, be careful. Because earth, fire, wind, water, the elements are going to be used against you. Not by me. So, those people that need to know will know. Those dark entities that are doing these bad things, they've been warned. They need to come out. They need to leave those people. These pastors and churches and those, they've been warned. They're being found out. So the good, the light, however you want to call it, they're doing what they need to do. The dark, however you want to call it, they're doing what they need to do because God is not happy. Now, these elites, Masons, Pope, whatever it is, all these people, they know what's going on. And it's not for me to warn anyone. God sends out warnings. Always does, before he does anything bad. And it just so happens that in Hollywood, they were warned. They were told something would happen. They didn't care. They didn't care. And now they suffer for it. And that will happen all around the world. He will warn people. It's up to them. Now, as I've said, I've tried to send love out to everybody. I don't want no one hurt. I don't want anyone hurt. But if you choose to hurt yourself, there's nothing I can do about that. And I can't protect anyone now because it's over. Judgment has been called. There is no amount of love, no, I don't think there is, that I can give out now that will spare. I know Jonah warned the town, they repented, God changed his mind. I've done that. I've warned people. It's up to you to warn everyone else. And it's up to the chosen ones to warn the others. You've only got to go online. You'll see what's happening. You'll know where all the warnings are coming from. But these are getting thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of views. God is telling the world the same story, the exact same story. There are no coincidences. I'm only telling the people in the chase what's happening, and those elites that choose to watch who think I don't know, and those celebrities who choose to watch who think I don't know, and my guardian angel who chooses to watch, who's helping me. There is information. Anyone in the world has nowhere to hide. No, there is no one in the world that can keep a secret. Either the devil and his boys are there, or the archangels and them are there, and they're hearing everything. Or, in the case of the chase, there are people who have been unalived that are hearing, and they're saying what's happened. There is always someone watching, and there is always someone listening. Hear me all and listen good. So, it doesn't matter what I do. It really doesn't. I'm not in charge of this. I'm not in charge of it. Like the abundance, whoever gets the abundance, that's come from God. God is in charge of the abundance, and he will direct whoever that is to do whatever it is they need to do. But God is in charge of everybody, and he will judge everybody. I don't judge no one. It's not for me to judge. I can choose to love someone or choose not to love someone, but I can't judge someone. It's not for me to judge anyone. Now, I've tried to give everybody the information all the way through this, and I've told people that they're on the wrong side of the poem. You need to get on the other side. You didn't want to listen. You wanted to play in the shit that you're in, for whatever reason that was. And I tried to warn people. I didn't even tell Forrest. I never even told Forrest. Why would I give anyone else information that would lead them to the answer? Because it was just another law. And I had to go through the cold. Like, it's basically, here you go, this is yours, but you can't have it. What? Wait, what? What do you mean I can't have it? It's not time. You haven't learnt enough yet. This is the cold. Give it away. See what happens. So I gave it away, and I went through the cold. And it was fucking cold. And it was bad. And it was horrible. Not just what was happening in the chase, what was happening in my life. Especially knowing that people screwed me over. And you come into my streams and try to be my friend. And still screw me over even when I say, look, I already know. I know what's happening. You're in the wrong side of the poem. None of this is right. None of you are correct. You need to come from that side and come over to this side. And you didn't. You all stayed in the same place. Sleeping with the same people, doing the same things. Laughing and joking about me. Saying shit about me. Living in my house, buying a yacht, my car, whatever. Getting insurance, having accidents, whatever it was. Setting your house on fire, blah, blah. Doing all these things, and I'm trying to say, look, I know this, don't do it. And you're like, yeah, don't matter. And now I can't do that anymore. Which is why I haven't. I can't do it anymore. I have no say in the judgment that's being passed. Only you do. Anybody involved in it has their own life to live. However they choose to do that. They can repent. I can't give you anything. It doesn't matter if you ask me for forgiveness, you don't need to. I forgive you. There's nothing. You made me who I am. I forgive you. God, on the other hand, I don't know. I don't need to judge anyone. And I have no right to judge anyone because I'm as bad as anyone else. I told you, I walk down that grey road. I have sin with me all the time. But I'm not in the dark. I'm not in the light. Maybe I'm unique. Maybe I'm this different son of a bitch that people didn't count on. Maybe I'm made of different stuff. And I had to be to do the things that I've been doing. But I walked down this road and I walked with God as my father, who I will never cross. And I walked with the devil as my friend. Now, it's quite easy to fall out with your friend, but not so easy to fall out with your father. So that's where I am. People know, those people that need to know. Those people that have been searching to try and stop it, even to the point of trying to stop the person that I'm supposed to love, even to that point, by setting them up early on, their own mother setting them up early on to make sure they weren't with me, which is crazy, because if they were with me, they would be better off. If it's me, like if I get the abundance and that person was with me, that person would have the abundance. But no, mother, you didn't want that. You hate me that much. I don't know why. You don't hate me. You just hate the fact that, I get something that you want. You would have got it anyway. Not all of it, but you would have got it. It's just crazy. So that person, absolutely love to death, ask God if he could take away all that ails you, literally, please, 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 after what happened, just you, not the rest of them. The fact that you were led into that position on purpose. They knew who I was. They knew what this was about. They knew years and years and years and years and years ago. They've been searching for me, and God hid me in plain sight, right in front of everybody. And they were desperate to stop this happening. So now, mother, you have taken something good, ruined it for nothing. Because God says, okay, not this person, this person. So you haven't stopped anything. You haven't stopped anything. So, and yet you've ruined a few people's lives, but the person's life you're supposed to ruin, that you wanted to ruin, you haven't. You've ruined everybody else's life around you, but you haven't ruined the person who you're trying to ruin. Whether that's me or someone else, it doesn't matter. Like, I know what I know, and you know, all of you, whoever's involved, know that I'm correct, which is what this was about. Couldn't just be right, you had to be correct. And I've tried to tell everybody the truth as I found it. And I tried to guide you, as I told you. You didn't have to believe me. But I've tried to guide you away from where you were. And you didn't. I can't help that. I can't help that. No cheating yet. Will save me. What is the divine hand? A royal flush. Digging my back is better. Oh, cool. No one knows any gods. Surely nobody knows reality. Too good. Well, there's a god inside you, probably. Well, I don't know if the God's inside you. There's a soul inside you, definitely. The gods must be crazy. Well, they're very angry, and they are back. You need to repent your... No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Just because you're friends with someone don't mean you have to act how they act. Like Zozo, I don't know what your mind thinks. Like, I can know somebody. I could know a bank robber. But just because I know a bank robber doesn't make me a bank robber. I could know a serial killer. Excuse me. But because I know a serial killer doesn't make me a serial killer. Doesn't make me a bad person. I can love everybody. It doesn't make me bad. So I can love the devil if I want, as long as I don't do what the devil wants me to do. Turning on heater now. Sure, polar vortex sounds awful. Yeah, it does sound awful. I await any action you think any god will take. He's already taken it. That's what all the fires are. So, don't you watch? Don't you look? Don't you see? I've just said the air's next, maybe with some water. Like, you just don't see it. It's just crazy. I don't get how anyone can hate me either. Thanks, Nikki. But some people do. I don't know if they hate me or just hate, what may come my way or whatever. I don't understand it. I don't understand how anyone hates anyone. Like, what's the point? I don't get that. But thanks, Nikki. I don't know what that is. Neither do I, Nikki Swan. It sounds like he got robbed. Oh, absolutely. Well, I didn't get robbed. Well, I suppose I did get robbed. Like, that money initially was supposed to tide someone over until the divine plan. But they got greedy and they wanted more. So, and they think or thought that I didn't know. But it had to start at one point. It's like, how crazy are you that you won't think that I know that 2021, I did this, you did this, and then you told, and then you told, and they told, and they told, then the police, then the judges, then the lawyers, blah, 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 all of that. I know all of that. I know about the house. I know about the fire in the house. I know about the insurance. I know about the accident not healing from. I know loads of stuff. I know about the sex things that you do. I know the videos that you put out. I know the slagging me off. I know all of that. Pretending to be me, pretending to, this fantasy thing that you did about these gods and whatever, about you being the chosen and getting the abundance. I know it all. Trying to destiny swap, all this stuff. Getting your bad, MFs to try and come at me. These, bringing people back, using photos, and I know everything that you've done. It's like there's not a single thing that I don't know that you've been doing. There's not a single thing that I haven't been telling you that I know what you're doing. But you're not listening. And you still hate me. And it's like, what? You hate me because I won't shut up. I won't be unalived. I won't be meek. You hate me because you can't have what's coming to me. That's crazy. You haven't earned it. You didn't earn it. Like, the person who gets it will have earned it. I'm not giving it away. They're going to have to earn it. You didn't earn it. You try to take shortcuts. But you hate me because of what? Because I did everything correct. I have nothing. As of yet, I have nothing. You have it all. Like, you took it all. And you hate me because I may be getting something that I earned, that I went through the cold, that I have been brave. You hate me because of that. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. If it's me, it's crazy. Whoever it is crazy. Oh, they're angry. They're angry. Really angry. Like, they're falling out left, right, and centre, blaming each other, getting divorced, blah, 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 blah. All this. Yeah, they're angry. There's loads of stuff going on. You say you know a devil, how? because I went to the dark night of the soul. I told you. And that's terrible. I'm sorry that happened. Why are you silent on his presence to others? Don't know. Didn't know I was. I have 3 boats. You can have one of mine. They cost. No, I don't want the boat. I don't want a boat because I want a boat. I want a boat because they bought it with my money. Or even our money, Davy B. Like, I want it because it's mine, not because I want one. I want it because they stole it, not because I want it. If it belongs to me, then I'll have it, and I'll decide what I want to do with it. They're just, I don't know, just crazy. Wow, that's a lot of boats. 3 boats is a lot of boats. What are you, 3 boats? Every good story needs an antagonist. Oh, as well as a protagonist. Too many big words there, Newman. How are you? Oftentimes wrong attitudes result in right attitude. Yeah, I'm not. Polar vortex has been steering east of me, so I missed most of it. Well, the air's going to affect something, and so's the water. He thinks, Zozo, maybe it was Dave Woodard. Did someone steal his home and truck? Maybe that is why he can't pay his debts. Well, it seems that those people that are involved are in a bad situation. So anybody that's going through a bad time was probably involved, maybe, and wished whatever's happening to them on me, or was part of whatever was supposed to happen to me. So make me look ugly and make me homeless, those sort of things, make me dead, just those sort of things is being turned around. If it's me. Who hates you seems impossible to hate. Thank you, Alpine. Like I say, it won't be long before. I can't believe you lot don't know, but it won't be long before it's all the whole world will know. Woodard did challenge the community to show he was wrong, and he would give them his truck and camper. I showed him his errors. Woodard is. What I find funny is he got all these superheroes, but he never got me in it. He never said Super Mario. Look, bugger. Woodard is delusion. The only Superman part was Forrest dodging bullets for 19 years. The bullet ended the chase like Hemingway used a gun he killed his birds with. If killing birds is a problem for you. Well, Forrest killed birds, and he kept an eye on one particular one as it went through. Because he didn't want a small one. The devil is in your soul. No, the devil is not in my soul. He's my friend. He walks alongside me here. And God walks alongside me here. And I can choose to walk whichever path that I want because I know who I am. And I can have as many friends as I want, even if they're all bad. It doesn't make me bad. And I can have as many friends as I want, even if they're all good, but it doesn't make me good. I'm me. I'm who I am. Who I know and who is my friend is irrelevant as to how I act. Devil in your soul. Mary, please tell them who Robert really is. I'm in the clear. I pay for all of them. Laugh out loud. I don't doubt that for a minute. It's not me. I'm not seeking vengeance. I just want what's mine. I don't think that's a bad thing. To just want what is yours. I don't think that's bad. But what they did doesn't sit well with, God. It was his plan. It's his abundance. Like, it doesn't belong to any of them. It doesn't belong to me yet. I haven't been given it yet. Like, we're not the end of the rainbow yet. God normally brings a rainbow out when something good's happened. The end of something bad. So Well, let's just say good and evil. I have good in this part of my brain and bad in this part of my brain, and I use the middle part or my third eye or whatever it is because my eyelids are shut. So, yeah, I try to walk, as far to the right as I can. It's probably why I wanted Trump to win. But I walk in the middle, which is what Forrest said. Me in the middle, and even in a memoir, there's me in the middle. Me Mario, that's me in the middle. So I've always been in the middle, like the middle of the road, or the long walk home, or ride home, or whatever it is. Woody, do you know what BOAT stands for? Break out another 1,000. Hey, if a boat only cost 1,000, that'd be great. Warm waters halt at death. The blood stops flowing. I think I said something like that about no, wasn't death. That was Vietnam. Warm waters halt Vietnam. The other one was being on the trolley going down to theatre. Like the warm waters stop. Begin at where warm waters halt and taking the canyon down was the warm water stop when you're taken down to the operating theatre. And, putting below the home of brown is the skin. Like that's when they put you under. From there it's no place to meet. The end is ever drawing nigh. So it's about him getting cancer and going, to the operating table. Like that poem was so vague it could be anything. Absolutely anything. And it wasn't about anything that we were thinking. Nobody can think my thoughts. And the only person that can happen with is God. Like nobody can work out what God's going to do. Nobody. Like you could possibly at some point imagine what or think what I was going to think. But you can't think what God's going to think. I was on a boat in the San Diego Marina, directly across from an outdoor music venue, Humphreys by the Bay and Rush. Forrest said he was going to end his life. When and where he did. Absolutely he did. And he said he's going to write a book and title it 90. And then he disappeared at 90. Go figure. I was playing that night their entire 2112 LP. It was awesome. What? You went to the future and played a 2112 LP? Zozo, go to a place called the Half Door off 9th Street next time. It's amazing. Me in the middle is Moses in the middle of Once Upon a While. The asterisk at the end of the line of the cover. Yeah, I use Timu, but I don't buy real bear fur rugs. Really? I don't think it was legal to sell real stuff anymore. We live in Albuquerque now for the last 24 years. Wow. Bill, how do you come by the info that a bullet ended Forrest? You're the only one I've heard that claims that. Yeah, I don't get that because I don't see a bullet wound when Frank showed that movie that apparently the police took, which has no date, time, whatever on it. Yeah, I don't think that it's the ending of the life. It's how he did it. Like there is no bullet. It doesn't look like there's any bullet. Hey, Red, how you doing? Why the exclamation mark? I always come out so as people know that nothing's happened to me. That I'm still doing the do. Yes, as long as you believe, it doesn't matter. Like if the witch doctor, says you're cured, and you believe you're cured, and you are cured, then what does it matter? Superman for the win! Woo! I'll go along with that. Riddle me this, Mario. What argument do you have that the chase isn't over? What argument to you? Do you? What argument do you have that the chase isn't over? What argument do you have that the chase isn't over? Are you talking about JCB or are you talking about Chase? As far as I'm concerned, the first part is over. It was done. It was done when Forrest said it was done. But there is a continuation because Forrest said there was 5 chests. No, yeah, he said there's 5 chests out there. We have 1 chest and 5 keys. So 4 keys to 4 more chests. However he worded it, whatever he said. So the chase isn't over in the sense that if JCB is related to Forrest Fenn, which I believe it is, then we're still searching. Still searching. Not necessarily for the first part, but there was a chest. The chest was out there, and that was found. But this was more than the chest. So, in effect, the chase was over for the chest that was found. But then this is something much more. So it's not over until God says it's over. And, if he doesn't say it's over, it'll never be over. He'll come up with something and he'll say, trust me, trust divine timing. And I'll be like, are you kidding me? I've just been through 3 years of your divine timing. You want to keep it going? No, you're right, isn't it? I just don't see. It saddens me. It really saddens me that, like, I've contacted with people that, they know that I've contacted them. So if I've contacted you, it's because I know something about you. If you've had any personal contact with me, it's because I know something about you. And, there are other people that I know about, but I have not emailed. Or, most of them are emails. They're all emails. No, they're not all. Might be a couple of phone calls in there as well. So if I've had contact with you, it's because I was hoping that you would tell me something that you needed to tell me, especially December. Something you should have done in December, and you didn't do it. And I don't get why you didn't do it. Not that you should have done it, because divine timing is rubbish. So I told you already, this free will stuff, it doesn't exist. Like, your life's already planned, and you'll do whatever's been planned for you. Even if you think you're not, even if you think you're doing it because you chose to do it, you're not. You're doing it because it's already predestined. Everything you do is predestined. Even if you forgot your keys and went back in the house and come back out, it was predestined. So even though something should have happened in December and you didn't do it, it's not because you chose not to do it. It's because you weren't supposed to do it anyway. This was supposed to play out the way that it was. So the cold just kept going. Like, it's part of that process. And it's part of my learning, part of my understanding, part of whatever it's called, whatever that's called. Or suffering, whatever you want to call it. Enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. However you want to look at it. You can look at it as enlightenment, being being a better person because you went through this crap. Or you can look at it as, it's crap and I hate the world and, it's a shit place and stuff like that and God's horrible and all those things. You can think about that. But there are some things in your life that aren't supposed to happen because there are some nice things in your life that are going to happen after that. So sometimes you don't get the job that you wanted, that you spent all the effort trying to get. You don't get the job and you think the world's going to end because you don't get that job. And it's because there's a better job for more money, better facilities, better environment, closer to home, whatever it is. It's because that better life for you is waiting around the corner. So sometimes a bad thing becomes a good thing. Sometimes going back for your key is to stop you getting run over by a car or hit by a bus or whatever. Or to not be on that bus when, something bad happens. So sometimes you're meant to do something and sometimes you're not meant to do something. And because it doesn't happen for you, doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it wasn't meant to happen for you. That's it. You don't have to carry it around with you forever. It just wasn't meant to happen to you because you needed to be somewhere else at a certain point in time to get what is going to be good for you, which is the same for love and everything else. The person that you didn't get on with, sometimes you're not supposed to be with this person because you're supposed to be with this person, but you choose to ignore the signs and say, no, I want to stay here. And it becomes bad for you. And it's like, oh, I wish I'd listened to these people. And, Fun fact, no God has ever said anything in all of history, but you think one will stop the chase. Wow. Don't know where that came from. Yeah, it's 100% Irish with Guinness to die for. No. If you're a true blue treasure hunter, the chase is never over. No. I choose to expose a fake God. The movie Bullet, we only remember the thrill of the chase. I remember Steve McQueen. Downtown SD, love my street scene days. My brother was the Grand Hotel manager for a while. Don't know what that means. I was also a frequent SDCC goer all through the 90s. Love that time. Don't know what that is either. Forrest shot himself. Peggy did the sleeping pills. They chose to leave together. Planning a 2027 of Star Wars. It will rage. Oh, Rage Against the Machine. Whee. Wow, 2027. How many years is that? 50. Is that 50 years? 2027. No. 27. 27. 23. Yeah, 50 years. I was right there. 50th anniversary. Dope. San Diego Comic Con. You're trying to confuse me, aren't you? All this stuff, Zazo. Well, I don't know where I'll be. I should be going to Egypt. I want to go to Egypt. I've said this already. Well, I don't know if I posted it, but I should be going to Egypt. And I don't know where I'll be, so I don't know how to go, like what to do. Like if I'm not here, I won't be traveling from here. And if I'm somewhere else, I'll be traveling from there, so I'll book from there. So I don't know. Don't know what's going to happen. Yep, 1977, 27, yeah. I remember 1977 because that's when Elvis died. I don't know what that means, Alpine. Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I can see a sign, but I don't know what it means. Is that a sign from God? Wave the banner. Like Bruce Banner. Is it Bruce Banner? Hulk. Smash. So I'm going to go. I'm hoping that, if you have set yourself some New Year's resolutions, that you try and keep to them. I don't set any because I know I can't. It's that simple. Like I've been there too many times. Right, I'm going to do this in the new year, and I'm going to stick to it. Most of the time, it's like, I'm going to go on a diet, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that, or I'm going to go running, or spend more time in nature. And it's like, no, it never happens. So I choose not to do that. I do believe the 25th of January is going to be important, and the 28th because it's my birthday. Obviously, spare a thought for my sister-in-law. And I know that my wife's passing is on Feb the 4th, so I want to try and celebrate it and believe that everything that happens for a reason. Like, these things are supposed to happen in order that I could do whatever it is I'm doing. Which, not much, to be fair. It's not much. It's not much. But I just want people to know that I'm okay. If anybody's interested, I'm still okay. In whichever way you want to be interested. Whether you're concerned for me or whether not concerned for me at all. Thank you, Alpine. Yeah. So, I'm getting on a bit. I've asked Father if he'll, give me back the time that I lost. Try and stay younger for longer. So if anybody knows where the Fountain of Youth is, put me down and I'll take an early bath in there. What is the reason why people stole your money? Well, you have to ask them why they stole it. What am I learning? I'm learning that we've been screwed over by rich people and religious people. And they live in the dark more than the average person. And these Masons and elites, not all, please don't, don't put everybody in the same basket, but some elite, some Masons, some church people, they have knowledge that they've been using that doesn't belong to them. And they've been doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. And many, mainly young people, have suffered because of it. And even in the chase, somebody has been suffering for a long time. And people were sick when they found out who this person was and what they were doing. Probably in their breakfast, to be fair, but I don't know. I just think enough's enough. Now, I can't speak for God because I can't speak for God. But I feel that enough's enough. I really do. And there are many more people that will feel that way too. And there'll be many people who will be seeing miracles, and there'll be many people who will be coming into the light after suffering because of these people. And there will be people who have done bad things who will own up and repent and, basically grass on the others. And there'll be some, bad people who just realise that they've done bad things and want to repent. And there'll be those people that want to hold on to the life that they have and the bad things that they do. They don't want to give it up, but they won't have a choice. And that's just it. And I'm not being, it's not a threat. It's not, but this is just the truth. All the time, all I've said is the truth. I just tried to tell you, look, this is how it is, this is how it is, this is how it is, this is how it is. And you don't have to believe it. To me, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm not in charge of this. Anything that happens in the world is up to God. Anything that you do towards me is up to God. Anything that happens to you is up to God. That's it. That's it. I have no control over what you do. None. You do. How you live your life is up to you. all I could do was, offer my love. That was it. That's all I could do for you, and give you the information. And now, it doesn't matter. Judgment has been called. I don't know what else to do. I've tried to do everything that I could. I don't know what else to do. What am I doing to make it better? There's nothing I can do to make it better. That's what I'm just saying. I'm asking those people who are making it bad to stop making it bad. And then that'll make it better. Or, this person that you don't believe in will step in and make it better anyway. It's not like I'm not here to look after people. I want to help people, but I'm not here to look after people. And I still want to help people, and I still want the world to be a better place. And I still want, no homeless. I still want veterans, in places. I still want people to get back on their feet and that, I want hospitals to do what they're supposed to do and doctors to do what they're supposed to do, priests and vicars and bishops and whatever to do what they're supposed to do, if those things exist. I want, if you have a secret society, you do it in the right way. You don't work the sort of magic that's being worked. Like, I want the dark, so it sounds crazy. And this is no offense to Native American Indians. I want the dark to stay on their reservation and the light to be everywhere. Now, if you want to live that sort of life, you should be able to live that sort of life. Like, as a parent, you want them to be good, true, honest, all those things. So God wants that for you, and he wants to bless you. And if you choose to live a bad life, he still loves you. He still loves you. And so does mother. But if you want to live that sort of life, the way I feel, you should be able to live that sort of life. So it's like, hey, devil, this person doesn't belong with the good people. This person belongs over here, out of the way, because they want to live like that. That's what they choose. So if they want that dark life, then they get the dark spirit and they live it. The dark spirit should never go to a light person, ever. That's how I see it. So if you want to live in the dark, great. Go over to the dark side and stay there and don't interfere with good people. That's it. So you get to live your life. No one's going to interfere with you. You don't interfere with anyone else. That's how I see it. Which is why I walk this grey line. I don't think it's right that because you want to live a certain way, you should be judged. That's up to God. That's up to Dad. So you want to live that life? Great. There it is. Go live it. But don't interact with these light people. Don't ruin what they want to do. Don't put them in some sort of hell that they don't need to be in. You want to live in hell. You want that sort of lifestyle. Go over there. That's where they do it. Go over there. And that's it. Sue them for infringement. Who? Who stole the cooker from the kookaburra tree? I think we know who stole. Like I say, it started in one place and then it went, I was going to say global then. But it's not just about the chase. It's about, the world. These people have been stealing from all around the world. It's not just about me, as I keep telling people, but they don't listen. It's not just about, even if it is me, even if it isn't me, what was done shouldn't have been done. Doesn't matter whether it's me or not. I don't need to say it will come out. Those people that I'm talking about, they know word for word that what I'm saying is spot on. Word for word. What I'm saying is spot on. They know that. Including these people from this Eritrean, person from Congo, the person with dreadlocks, the air hostess, the truck driver, the police, the judge, the doctor, all the drugs, the disease, sexual disease, mum, daughter, son. They know. They all know. They know that every word that I'm saying, even Pisces, Aquarius, Virgo, Aries, Leo, Cancer, they know. And the woman, the Aquarius woman knows. Pisces woman. Truck driver, did I say that? Uber, the lawyer. Can't think what I missed. But they know 100% what I'm saying is 100% true. The fact that they're arguing, the fact they got divorced, the fact there was a fire, the fact there was an accident, they can't heal from it. I think they keyed the car, not sure. They did something to the car. The house, the boat. I don't think of the other stuff. There's other stuff. But they know 100% this information is correct. And they know who they are. And they know where it started because it could only have started there in 2021. And that's just for the people in the chase. There's other stuff that I've been saying about other people, and they know too. Well, we lost Mitch for a while, didn't we? Mitch Albright, whatever his name was. Justin Greg Windell. Their own thing, including moon moving region, will guide us on that path, not God involved, just us. But we are God. That's the whole point, Zozo. God is in each of every one of us. Well, he is helping. See, that's why it's a point of view, isn't it? He's showing these not so good people the error of their ways by cleansing, and there'll be more cleansing because there are still bad people in these areas. I said there's no free will. These things happen because they're meant to happen. So these people, justice will be served, not by me, but it will be served. And only a higher power can choose. Like this place that's burning is right by the water. Right by the water. And this place that's burning just so happened to be at a time where it couldn't have anything to stop it burning. Like there are no coincidences. These things are divinely planned to happen in a certain way. And they will happen when the divine is ready because they've already planned to happen at those times. To those people, to those places, in that way. And air is next. So you will hear that something happens because of the winds, which will affect the chest. Something happens. And it's possible that because of the winds, there's water involved, which is another zodiac sign, well, however that works. Mario speaks the truth. Oh, thank you. Well, I'll try to. I don't understand why. What have I done? Needs to be shown. Greg Winter already got his ticket to hell. To all of our society. I don't know what that means. Needs to be shown. Only those with spiritual ears to hear will hear. 100%. Hear me all, listen good. I don't know. And it apparently has affected Mario a bit. No, it's affected me a lot. Wow, I finally got my car unpacked. Woohoo! And you're not driving. I heard something about Mario having a boat stolen from him. No, it wasn't stolen from me. The money was used to buy a boat. I never bought a boat. Like half the stuff you heard about me wasn't even me. Somebody pretending to be me. The marriage that was me wasn't me married to someone. That was fake. Wasn't me. Like this sex stuff that's been done, not me. My demise, not me. Me being unwell, not me, as you can see. Like half the stuff that's being said about me is totally untrue. Not that I care. I don't care if it's true or not. It doesn't matter to me. I know who I am. I don't care what anybody says or does or implies about me. But I just think it's crazy that they think that I don't know. Of course I know. Of course I know. And I've told them. I've come onto these streams and my videos and said, look, the poem says this to the smallest detail. I told you I know about you. I know what happens. The poem knows everything about everything. So it's not as though I don't know. I know. And there is other information that I know. And there are other people that know the information. And God is telling everybody the same information on the internet to let it be known. And when it's known, you'll all see it. And you'll go, how the heck? So no, the boat wasn't stolen from me. They just used money to buy the boat. Just crazy stuff. We're all playing a part. You certainly are. And that was it. Just got my 18 amp golf car. So me exposing the fallacy of religion is all planned, yes, by me. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Not that it matters. People have to go along with it. Like, I can't think of an analogy, but if somebody said that the Titanic was going to sink, it's exposed when the Titanic sinks. If nobody believed that the Titanic was going to sink, they're all on that ship. Ain't nothing you say is going to make them change their minds. They're still on that ship. It's only when there is proof that people will believe. And even then, some people don't believe their own eyes. No God ever involved. Well, if that's what you want to believe. If you choose to believe it, you will see it. If you refuse to believe it, you will not see it. 100% red. 100%. And that's all about having faith. You need faith in a maverick. It's amazing that nobody saw what was in the poem because they didn't believe that there was anything in the poem other than what they wanted to believe. Could have built an ark by now. If you believe in it, it can be awesome. F. Lorraine Mills interview. Yeah, I think you need to watch that interview. That's a good statement, Davey. So you need to watch that interview. Like Forrest was talking about everything spiritual, but that probably more than most. If you believe it can happen, it's a powerful medicine or something, he said. Then what is the true story? Did you get scammed? I effing hate scammers with a passion. No, they got scammed. See, people are looking at it the wrong way. This was supposed to take place. I was supposed to do everything that I did and get left in the cold, which is what happened. And these people were supposed to do what they did according to God's plan. And that plan is to, I suppose, highlight the chase and everything in the world. Use the chase as an example or whatever. Or use me as an example. Or whoever did this. Like, look what happened to this person. Look what I did for him. But what? God did that? Well, yeah. Yeah, and I can't deny that because I asked for it from him. I literally asked him for this result. I asked him for this. Everything that I get, I asked him for. And I'm starting to worry because you have to be careful because some of the things you don't really want, but like how you say it, it's not quite how you mean it, but that's how it comes. Like Forrest said, literal. He'll give you what you literally ask for. If you literally ask for it, that's what you're going to get. And, you know, you may be shocked. Wow, they are black. Are you okay? What's black? Alien. False. False. Everything's false. It can be awesome. 422.22. What? Wait, what? I'll be lucky if I spend the 22.22. 422? How many are you feeding? Like that, for me, that would be at least, I don't know, groceries for 6 people. We create our reality by action of our thoughts from our mind. Belief is a choice, not inherent. Well, I half agree with that. Show your tongue, please. I'm worried about your health. Are you talking about me? You talk about my lips. They always go like that. I've had that all my life. Because I'm not human. I've got some sort of strange DNA. Thus, no plan. I asked for a pony, never got one. How come? Because I believed. I had faith. Like, I don't want to give away too many secrets. Otherwise, everyone else will ask the same. And then it'll be like a bidding war, I suppose. Yeah, must be all that black magic. Yeah, it happens to me quite a lot. A lot of people say that. Look, they're turning blue. But I don't feel bad. I had my blood pressure taken today and it was perfect. So I went to the pharmacy to get my blood thinning tablets. And they said, while you're here, have your blood pressure taken. I was like, oh. And I thought it was going to be bad because I thought, well, I'm agitated because I'm waiting for my prescription. And you want to do my blood pressure and you keep me here waiting for the flipping tablets. But she sat me down and said, like, just relax. So I just relaxed and it was perfect. Like, it was 139 over something. No, 129 over something. But it was good. She said, yeah, that's good. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm good. Like I say, I don't feel nothing wrong. This is like all my life, people have said the same. And I have a like a pale complexion every now and again. I don't know. Which is why I'm on vitamin D. I don't know. I have some good days and some bad days in the way that I look, but not because anything's wrong. But thank you for noticing. I feel quite fine, to be fair. A video on YouTube shows a daughter comparing her shopping docket with one her mum had 10 years ago, side by side, plus extravagant and miles apart. Admitted alien. Well, aren't we all alien? We're all alien, just some different than others. Like I've been learning about the Lemurians, the Palladians, the blah 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 people just lately. It's like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't know you existed. It's like, yeah, we come here all the time. Have you bought them bloody drones? I believe in God like I believe in a sunrise, not because I can see it, but because by it I can see everything else. Cool, love that, Newman. So, like I say, we are all God. We have to be because He created us, and just like your sons and daughters are all you, we are all Him, and you have to believe that we're all Him, and that He created us, and that in each of us, He exists. Doctor says to Mario, damn, those are gigantic testicles. Have you ever thought about becoming a sperm donor? Well, I'd rather be a sperm donor than a sperm whale. But no. Which doctor was this? Doctor Who? Ponies are overrated. You have to feed them hay, trim their feet, and give them vaccines. I think I'd like to have a horse, but I wouldn't like to look after one. Check your iron. It makes blood red. Bloody hell, if I have any more iron in me, I'll be a walking magnet. Actually, I'm wearing magnets now. It's just the veil. The only thing that brings my BP down is wine. I'll be a wino soon. Maybe Ashley can come over and be your makeup check. Maybe. Be nice to see Ashley. I haven't got any makeup though. I mean, just put some lipstick on, make my lips pink. Are they pink? I can't. They are bad, aren't they? Oh well, it is what it is. But like I say, I've had it all my life. It's not nothing new. I know. Why did you say Ashley anyway? Ashley, yeah, but don't know why you say it. Like you're not Ben, or are you Ben, or are you Ashley? Yeah, my heart goes out to Ashley, 100%. I know what you mean, Woody Bog. When my late wife wanted a horse in 2002, I agreed. So we went out and bought a new 5-speed. Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was funny. I like that. Only those that can see what is in the poem are the ones that will ever see it. I don't know what it is anymore. I know that I'm supposed to take it for the rest of my life because my blood's weird. I think that's why the black magic doesn't work, because I have different DNA, different blood. Like people can't see it, but I don't know. Dr. Feelgood. They got me on milk and alcohol. Need to give away the 2 pups so I don't have 4 dogs. I'd have had your pups, but I don't live over there, so. Is it the lighting? What, my lips? No, my lips do go. Well, they're blue. They're not black. They go blue. People tell me all the time, like, I'll be having a conversation, say, Mary, your lips are blue. Are you all right? And I'll be like, yeah. Or they'll say, God, Mary, you look pale. Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, why? Because you look pale. So it happens to me, and I'm used to it. They're not as black as they were, are they now? So maybe if I breathe in, I don't know. But yeah, I'm okay. I got puppy love until then. It was the only manual Mustang on the dealer's lot and only had 17 miles. Wow. You should have kept it. He's part Smurf. I'm Papa. Papa Smurf. I'm in the blue. Actually, that just makes me wonder. Alpine. Make me feel guilty. Something just suddenly clicked. But this is how clever I am. You're white and everybody else is blue. Excuse me. So now you're blue. Well, it should be. Next time you. Okay, then you rip these too high. It can cause cyanosis. Oh, right. I'll check it. Thank you, Alpine. Don't know what that is. Cyan is green, isn't it? Green Isis. Oh, Isis. I like her. Bloodsuckers are everywhere. Mary is definitely not one. Yeah, I'm not a bloodsucker. I'm not a vampire. I have had, dealings with them. I talk about leeching off my energy, but it's like, okay. So I was giving it out anyway, like giving out love, which is part of my energy. So they could have it for nothing. Somebody wants to be me, somebody wants to swap, somebody just wants to copy, blah, blah, blah. It's like, don't, just do your own work and get your own stuff. Yeah, don't worry for me. I'm 100%, tip top. Like I said, I did my blood pressure today. Well, I didn't, I just did it, but it was perfect. And this has been something that's been with me, all my life. So I'm not concerned about it. I've never even been to the doctors to ask about it, to be fair. So it might be, the fact that I'm on blood thinners. I don't know. No, because I wasn't on blood thinners when I was young. So I don't know. But don't be worried for me, because, God has plans for me. So I can't see nothing in the near future happening. I think there's something in the Bible that says somebody's going to be killed and be left there for 3 days. I hope that's not me, but it may be. You know, it is what it is. There is some sort of prophecy that someone's going to be killed and left out in the open for 3 days so people can see, blah, blah, blah. And then they come back to life. So, you know, I'm not worried if that's the case, because even if I am killed, I know that 3 days later. And apparently time goes quicker in heaven, so it's all good. It's all good. Tippy and Dracula. Yeah, wow, no, I have sinuses blue. Yeah, something I was talking about the other day is kids don't want to be doctors, nurses, firemen, policemen. They're not grown up to want to be those things anymore, and soon we'll be living in a world where we haven't got them. That's not good, because they just want to be YouTube stars and actors and actresses and singers. They don't want to do. They don't want to do those things that most kids, you know, when I was young, wanted to be. Wanted to be a fireman and a police officer and a nurse and a doctor. So I don't know what's going to happen after that. My son is EMT, 10 years, USN. Now I live in that with me. He keeps an eye on me. Everybody needs to keep an eye on you, though. So you're going to change the world. The two witnesses. That's it, Nikki Swan. Like I say, I vaguely remember something about it, but you know, I'm supposed to be getting a partner, the love of my life. You know, everything that I've wanted, because that's what I asked for. But that was supposed to be stopped, and it was stopped by this mother. Blah blah blah. But it's all good, all good. We all will. Second chances for everyone. Woohoo! So I'm not quite sure how that story goes, to be fair, but I know that, you know, 2 people are killed and left. You know, but that's what God does. He proves himself over and over. You know, people say, no, 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 no. Well, you know, explain them 2 people getting up, you know, and coming back to life, you know, after 3 days. Like, and again, it's another thing that's written that happens. Like, it's predestined to happen, and it happens. Like the Book of Revelations or whatever it is. And hearing from England, it tells me so much more. Thank you. Listen, our country's in the right mess. Like, well, all the countries are, you know, just not too good, to be fair. But that will change. 2 witnesses in Jerusalem. The world would change for the better in 4 days. 4 days? 21. Oh, I wasn't expecting the 21. Oh, 3 days. Oh, no, 4 days for you. You talk about Trump. Donald? Hey, it'd be nice to meet Donald Trump, I think. Don't believe men and their writings. Don't believe men and their writings. That's the whole point. That's exactly what I said. Those men are the people that put the veil over us in the first place. So no, don't believe them. But then what is there out there that is believable? Namely those claiming to be sacred. Way too many sacred texts in the world. Yes, there are way too many sacred texts in the world, but where there's smoke, there's fire. That's what I'm looking for. The fact that there are so many and they all talk of one God, means it's more than likely there's one God, just not 20,000 religions. There is one God. Like, you can't have, just in, our sort of Christian type theology, whatever you want to call it, you can't have the one God and then have the Protestant, Catholic, Roman Catholic, Christian, Presbyterian, blah, 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 different religions that come from that same one God. That's absolutely pathetic and absolutely traceable to one man going, well, we want to live like this because I want 6 wives. You know what I mean? He said this and it means this. It's like, what? No. So a man decides, or a woman decides, well, I think God meant this when he wrote this, this, and this. So this is the way we're going to, look at what Jesus and God is all about. So you have, a few hundred different types of, there's only one God, there's Jesus, but then there's all these different, scenarios that come with that. It's like, well, no, that's not how it works. Had several dreams with Forrest at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. Was a great breakfast party. Yeah, I bet that wasn't a dream. I bet Forrest was in the crowd when flipping Trump said he won. I bet he was there. Look, there's somebody special in the crowd. There he is. Thanks, mate. He's probably in the crowd. And yet, you think a God is involved who was created by those men. Shame on you. No, he wasn't created by those men. That God exists, so they can't deny him. All these people that have all these different religions can't deny the one God that exists, but they can make up their own version to keep. It's like me having a YouTube channel. I want more followers, so I'll create this type of content to get these followers. Then somebody else goes, well, I like Forrest Fenn, but I'm going to do this, and they will get their followers. And then someone else will do it, and someone else will do it, and then there's all these different channels that talk a whole load of bullshit about Forrest Fenn, but Forrest Fenn exists. That's why there's all these followers. But the religions come from the fact that one person wants to do it one way, one person wants to do it another. But the actual main content is real. It exists. So therefore, there is a God, but these people want to portray this God as this, and this person wants to portray this God as this, and this person wants to portray it as this, because that's their experience of it. So not shame on me. I recognize the fact that all of these people all around the world believe there is a God, and they have their own agenda as to what they want people to believe about this one God. So yes, there is one God, and all of your religions mean nothing because you're just making up your own version of it. Like what I tell you about Forrest Fenn, which I think is the truth, is different than what somebody else tells you about Forrest Fenn, which is what they think is the truth. But there can only be one truth, and only one Forrest Fenn. You can find the answers on stoof.com. There you go. And yet you think a God is involved. You can't have a battery with only a positive terminal. Same goes for God. God is both positive and negative. Opposing forces create energy. From the minds of men, all were generated. Zeus, Quetzalcoatl, and blah, 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 blah. So there was a time when there's more than one God. That's the issue, isn't it? And that's fact. There was more than one God. But there had to be a God that was in charge of those gods in any hierarchy type thing. And it could be that women were more important than men at one point in time. And they did certain things to help them at one point in time. And those things have to be looked at and addressed. And if necessarily, go back to those ways. But to close your eyes to the fact that there is it doesn't matter what, like, people talk about God, but it doesn't have to be God. Like, you want to believe that there's one man that does all this, but if it's just the universe, if there's a omnipresent being type, whatever it is, Something has the power to create this and gives us the power to create what we want to create. And you said it yourself, through your mind, you manifest it. But you're manifesting it through the power of the universe, God, the aliens, whatever it is that is in charge of everything, that use this formula to, like Forrest talked about, that created it and got the catalyst and made this and did that. This is everything that he's talking about. Because no one knows. But they're about to get a wake-up call. That's the problem. Just get a smart ring. It monitors heart rate, O2, and blood pressure. About $11 on Temu. Oh, it'll be less than that on me then. Yeah, but I don't care because God's on my side. So I haven't got to worry. Like, if it happens to me, it's supposed to happen to me. And if it doesn't happen to me, it wasn't supposed to happen to me. So that's it. Jonathan Edwards has some excellent writings on free will for those who truly want to understand free will. It's not what most people think. I don't understand anything. I see evidence and then I question it because it doesn't make sense. And then I see other evidence and I put it all together and I go, wow, this must be as close to what this is as possible. This must be as close to what is reality as possible. Because all the other stuff doesn't make any sense, which is exactly what the chase is. This stuff doesn't make any sense. Okay, so what does make sense? What is more likely to be the correct answer and what is likely to be an incorrect answer? Gods did not create men, nature. God is not a man. God is an it. Bill, have you ever bought anything from Temu? I buy lots of stuff from Temu. Again, you show us all that you do not know either. Just got my battery charger bill from Temu. Say $50. Order it. The only thing wrong with Temu for me is, man, they keep giving you bloody messages after messages saying, like, it makes it sound good, and then you go there and it says terms and conditions apply. You must buy this much. You must do this. You must do that. And it's like, yeah, okay. So, nope. They make it sound like you got something for nothing, and then you have to spend so much money to get it. Yeah, Temu's great. The only thing is they bombard you with, this is from Temu. I bought this from Temu. That's what I do. I fix things. And I know stuff. That's what it says. So yeah, so I bought a load of stuff from Temu. I bought my solar lights from Temu that I had for Christmas. They went well. I bought a load of clothes. I bought hedge trimmers and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it's like the quality is good and the price is good. But the only problem is, I don't know if it's the same in America, but so if you want to buy stuff, it's great because you're spending money anyway, and then you get the deals because you spend money. So you get stuff for nothing because you spend money. But if you want stuff for nothing and you don't want to spend money, then no. But if you're going to spend money anyway, then take advantage of spending money, getting stuff cheap, which is good stuff, and then getting some gifts, which, are for nothing. You choose these gifts for nothing because you spent so much money. Got like £5 credit for deliveries and refunded for things that showed up a month later. So I don't have any of those problems. But yeah, you get, credits and that. But it's good if you want to buy stuff, then you get all these bonuses. But if you don't want to buy stuff, then you can only get the bonuses if you buy stuff. So I want to buy stuff and I get the bonuses. And I never have any of those problems of waiting forever. I think probably, 3 days at the most, I wait and then, it arrives. The only thing about it is it doesn't come with a delivery note or anything. Like, it just comes all wrapped up in a bundle. Everything's all just piled into one bag and it's just taped up and handed to me. But yeah, it's all good stuff. Like I say, the stuff isn't free. It's free. Like most of the time, it's say gift waiting for you, or claim this credit or whatever, but then it say T and C's apply, terms and conditions. So you can have this stuff if you spend £100 or $100 or whatever it is that you have. Or you can have this stuff if you spend £15, or you can't check out unless you spend £15 or more. So as long as you're going on there to spend money, it's great. But if you weren't going to spend money, you're not going to get those 3 things until you do. But it's good. I like it. Knee massager on Temu is awesome. Their high-end items get delivered faster. I bought all of my Christmas stuff on Temu. I think it's great. I do. Temu factory burned down not so long ago. I can't remember where it was, but it's by the sea or by the water. So that might be why the stuff took a long time. But yeah, I enjoy Temu, but like I say, too many notifications, and you could get lured in by the fact that it says, this free gift awaits you, but it's only free if you spend so much money. Or 100% discount, and there's only 100% discount if you spend so much money. However it is, or £5 credit, but it's only £5 credit if you spend £15 or whatever. I hear their 3X dolls are realistic and durable. I didn't even know they did them, but I'm going to have to look now that you said that. Small, cheap stuff on Temu is slow because it comes from China. Might be worse now with China collapsing, people not work because they cut their wages in half. I didn't know it was that bad, but maybe God's had you communist people, not the people, but the people in charge. What's going on? I bought myself socks for your birthday. Nobody bought you socks, Tigger. That's terrible. Normally, no, birthday, not Christmas. Normally for Christmas, people get socks and jumpers. Yeah, I bought some socks. Lots of socks. Lots of socks. Lots of t-shirts. Lots of shirts. Lots of, lots of stuff. A suit, tracksuit bottoms, trousers, garden stuff. Lots of garden stuff. Yeah, it's all right. So I'm going to leave that there. Like I say, I hope everybody, well, I know not everybody is. I hope that they do. I know they're not. I don't hate anyone. I've got no axe to grind with anyone. It's not for me to judge. You do what you do. I do what I do. You like it or don't like it, but you don't have to hate someone over it. Karma takes care of everything. And I think if you're a good person, you're a good person. You don't deserve to be treated badly. And I want to live in a world where the bad live with the bad and the good live with the good. And that might sound horrible to some people. Oh, you're racist. You don't like bad spirits. I don't care. I don't care. I don't think that a bad person should be able to affect a good person. If a bad person wants to affect a bad person, then go ahead. Affect a bad person. But if that's the world they want to live in, what they don't realise is what they think is good is only good because they want to do it. If you live in a bad part, in a bad place, you're going to get bad things happen to you that you don't want to happen. You don't want to happen to you. And that's what karma is. You don't mind doing it to someone else, but when it comes back and gets you, that's not the world you want to live in. But too late. That's the world you're going to live in. And you'll end up with nothing. Or, in bad situations, with bad feelings and a bad life. And those people that want to behave like that towards others should live in a world like that with other people that are doing the same sort of thing. And it shouldn't affect anybody that's good. Never, ever. So those that want to live, it doesn't matter. It matters that you believe in God and that he can help you. It matters that you believe, whoever that is, whatever that is, the universe, an alien, your own mind, whatever you want to believe in as God, he wants to help you. Even if it's your own mind, he wants to help you. He wants to bless you and give you a good life. So if you believe in that, you should be here on the right-hand side. And you should believe in that and be happy in that, whatever that is that you want to believe. And then if you're a bad person, then you should be over here with the bad people and take whatever comes your way. Because bad people don't care who they hurt. So you may want to hurt somebody else, but then they also want to hurt you. And that's the life that you will live in. Because that's the life you're choosing. Now, I don't want to live in that life. And I know I can't do the Jesus life. I can't do that. So I'm here walking down this path, this grey path, knowing that this world that I can see, I have no time for. I don't want that. I want everyone to be happy. I want everyone to love each other. I want it to be a nice place. I want people not having to suffer just to live. Like, you shouldn't have to work 3 jobs. You shouldn't have to not eat well because you can't afford to feed the kids. You shouldn't have to not have the medicine because you can't afford the medicine. Like, you shouldn't live in that world. That's not what God wants for you. Whether it's just your own mind, that's not whoever God is, whatever God is, the universe. That's not what they want for you. They want you to live in abundance. They want you to live happy. They want you to live carefree. That's what God is. Whoever God is, whatever God is to you, even if it's just your own mind, that's what your own mind wants for you. So believe in that and have that sort of life. And you're not affected by these dark spirits, dark entities or whatever that will want a horrible life or want to do bad things to people. They can do bad things to people over there, and they can have bad things done to them over there. Because, unfortunately, there has to be yin and yang. There has to be good and bad. There has to be dark and light. There has to be, good versus evil stuff. That has to exist. Like, there has to be balance, which is where I'm trying to be. In that middle, I can't be that and I can't be that. So what can I be? How can I exist and have a happy life? How can I have a happy life? My reality, the life that I want, how can that exist? So I need faith. I need faith that I can live in a world where we can all get along. That's where I need to be. First of all, I need that. I need to know what I want. And I need to believe that whoever the God is that I believe in, that God will make it happen for me. Even if it's just your own mind. That God will make it happen. And that's it. Tom Jones wore 3 socks, 1 on each foot. Good luck, invest wisely. Lady Gaga knows whatever that means. My poker face. I was before I was. Yes, I think we all were before we were. Someone can alter your mood only if you allow it to happen. Yeah, I don't know. If somebody puts a bag over your head, throws you in the back of the car, leaves you trapped up, they're going to alter your mood. And there's nothing you can do about it. So I know what you're trying to say, but there are some bad people in the world. I don't want them to mix with the good people. Like, if you want to be a bad person, take your chances with these other bad people, and they might put a bag over your head and do things to you that you don't want to happen. That's how I see it. If you're gonna be a bad person, you enjoy being a bad person, then you go over there. And if you're a good person, you want to live in the light, then you live in the light without the worry of these bad people doing stuff. But they need to be doing stuff because there has to be that balance. It has to exist for whatever reason. But it may have to live separately from each other as opposed to, all together. And, I don't know how that's going to work, but I know that's how, something like that has to exist because it's not fair on people to suffer. They just shouldn't suffer. Yeah, but the thing is, we don't want to. The Matrix is what man has created. Our matrix, we believe what we've been led to believe by men. We are not believing what we're meant to believe by gods or God or ourselves, our own mind, whatever it is, whatever you want to believe, the universe. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever God is to you, that's how you should live your life. That's what you should have faith in. If God is the universe to you, then you ask the universe. If God is God, then you ask God. If God is your mind, then you ask your mind. But you believe that there is a God that can do these things for you. You believe that it will manifest and it will be yours. And that's the issue. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know what the truth is. But we will. So Jesus manifested stuff. Hey, Fenn, how you doing? He manifested stuff. Like, that's why the church got rid of him. That's why these elders and these law people sacrificed him. Like, they were supposed to protect him, these people. And they're the people who said, no, save Barabbas and take this bloke. And Pilate, called him the king of the Jews. And he says, why are you calling him the king of the Jews? Don't call him the king of the Jews. He said, well, he said he was. So that's what I call him. But those people, the elders and those people that are supposed to be of the church, basically says, no, sacrifice him. Kill him. Aren't you supposed to be for him? Aren't you supposed to be protecting him? You're the people that betrayed him. You're the people that got Judas to betray him. And these are the people that are still here today saying, yeah, follow Jesus. It's like, you're the people that killed him. You're the people that got him betrayed and put on the cross. So you want us to believe some parts of it, but not all parts of it. You're just making up the story as it goes along in order that you can do these horrible things. There has to be chaos and embroidery. Yes, absolutely. Be right back. Spread the love. Neutral zone. Well, I think that's where I am. I'm in the neutral zone. Like, I feel like Star Trek. I feel like not being a moderator is a very... Oh, okay. Well, did you want to stay in that club? It's because you haven't been here for a while and you didn't get made up because you haven't been here for a while. The beam that balances the two. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. You can be blue too. Fantastic. He is blue. He's blue after he writes again. He will get around to you too. Thanks, I'm good though. I appreciate the offer. Too late, already done. Free will doesn't exist. It's not an offer, laugh out loud. It just happens. I have the power to make you blue. Not sad. Well, no, it might make you sad if you're blue. But even Mr. David Paisano is blue. He doesn't know it yet, but he is. We're all Smurfs. Okay, the advice. His God will it. He's good. Yes, no free will. It's done. I spoke it into existence, and there it was. For all to see. If you believe, there you go. Yep, David's blue. My sister divorced David also. What? David, you just got divorced by his sister. Ta-da! You don't, I think Forrest told us, you don't realise the power of words. Okay, I have the power now. I'm feeling powerful. Cool. How good is that, to feel empowered? Just going blue. Bill brings that up every time. Yeah, but that's what Bill does. It's just about having a world where everyone can get along and everyone's equal. I say to these narcissists, I am no worse and no better than you, which means I am equal to you. So your way of looking at the world just falls straight down because I'm equal to you. And there is no way you can prove otherwise. I will never try to prove to be better than you, but I'm definitely equal to you. But I am as low as, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but, the person who has no home. I'm no better than him or her. And that's just the way that it is. And we should look after each other. That's just the way that it is. That's the way that it should be. And that's the way that it is. That's the world that Forrest probably was talking about when he said, can't we all just get along? We don't need to fight each other. We don't need to hate each other. That's not the world we're supposed to live in. We're all supposed to be brothers and sisters. We're all supposed to have a mother and father that cares about us. We're all supposed to have a mother and father that wants to bless us and give us a good, healthy, fruitful life. And if we believe in that and accept the abundance that they offer, then, our world can be a nice world. But some people don't want that. They don't want it to be, I don't want to say communist, where everybody's equal, but they want to rule. They want us to be subjugated, and they don't want us to know how easy life can be. So they tell us all these fanciful stories about, their gods and their religion and the different ways that we have to live. And that's not the case. If no free will exists, then how can a person choose? You can choose. Everybody chooses. But you know, or should know, that it's already planned. Like your choice is already accounted for. So the choice is yours. You make the choice, but it's already accounted for. Unless you do something really bad, you want forgiveness, and you have to ask for forgiveness and it's granted, then that changes that path that you're on and you enter your new timeline where, again, your free will is already planned. The only thing that changes is whether you repent a decision that you made and enter a different timeline from that decision that you made. So your choice that was your free will put you in a position where you had to regret the fact that you did it, repent the fact that you did it, ask for forgiveness, and then moved into a different timeline when God said, whoever God is that you believe, says, okay, I accept, that what you did, you think is wrong, you repented, 3 Hail Marys or whatever it is. I know you don't have to do that, but it changes. So everything is predestined. Like those witnesses that we're talking about, it's already planned, which means their whole life to get to that point is already planned. So any decision they made is already planned to get them to that point where they are killed so they can rise 3 days later. It's already planned. And that's the same with the whole Bible, like the Revelations at the end, where it says everything that's going to happen. We all have to do everything the way that we're supposed to do it in order for all those things to happen. Even if we think we're choosing it, we're not. Because we're all part of God and God is creating everything. We're creating it as we go along. We are the creators. So we are doing everything that's in our mind, that's been put into our mind, because we think we're choosing it. It's not a bad thing because it's what we want at that point in time. And it's either going to be for our higher good or not. Now, something inside you might go, I want to wear a black skirt today. And then when you put it on, you go, oh, no, I want to wear a white skirt. You can choose and you go out with whichever skirt you wanted. And then you get, stains on it. It's like, oh, no, I've ruined the white skirt. So maybe you should have gone with the first thing that you thought. That's how, to me, it seems like you're being guided. Your path is being guided. And you have to accept that whoever is guiding you, whether it be your mind or the universe or God, is leading you down a path that in the end is going to give you a really good life. And if you keep doubting that path that you're on, you keep going to have setbacks because you're not on the right path. You have your choice, and then God will say, right, you're on the wrong path, I need to get you over here. So something will happen, and you'll end up back where you're supposed to be, which is that, I forgot my keys, I need to go back to my house. You will end up back where you're supposed to be because you were in the wrong place in the first place. You have to be where you're supposed to be. Those two witnesses, whatever you're talking about, they have to be where they are in order for it to happen. So from being born up until that point, whatever choices they were made were already predestined. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. And it's the same for all of us. We have to be where we're supposed to be. That's how I see it anyway. I think it makes sense. Tiger, take the red pill. Dennis Joplin, White Rabbit. You are where you are because that is where you're meant to be. Yeah. If things are good, that's the proof. If things are bad, you need to open your eyes and your mind. Ooh. Aha moment. And that's what happens, all the time in spirituality. You need that aha moment. You need to understand you are where you are because you're supposed to be there. And you make the best of that moment, even if it's a bad moment. It's a learning experience, and it's a point in your journey leading you to whoever it is you want to be, whatever it is you want to be, because your words and your thoughts take you to where you want to be. If you keep saying, oh, my kids are useless, they're going to be worth nothing, they'll go out worth nothing because you put that out into the world and said, oh, my husband's useless, he doesn't help me with anything, he's going to be useless and not help me nothing. Like, words are important. If you keep living the negativity, if you keep saying the negativity, you'll end up living the negativity. If God already knows who will choose, why do we need a revival to wake them? Every so often, God decides that nobody's listening, which is why he sent the flood, which is why he did Sodom and Gomorrah, which is why he did loads of things, or why he saved the town of whatever it is when Jonah told him. Can't remember what the name was. God wants to give you free will, but it comes to the point where he goes, hang on a minute, like, you people are taking the mickey. And I think he's trying to change it now, because normally he just says, right, that's it, we'll get rid of all them. We'll get rid of them all. Start again. He's not doing that. He's basically saying, look, I'm going to show people these things to wake them up, to let them know that they shouldn't be doing these things, and see what happens then. People say, oh, why does God let this war happen? Why does God let Hitler happen? Because it already happened. Like, God is everywhere, but he's way out there, and he knows that to get everything to happen the way it's supposed to happen, it's supposed to happen, which is why Forrest said, I wonder if I can make it happen the way that it's supposed to happen. Because if people start messing with the timeline, then it's all going to change. It won't happen that way. Like, if I didn't give the information for them to steal the money, they wouldn't have stolen the money. If I went, oh, I'm not going to give some stranger my information, why would I do that? It wouldn't happen the way that it's supposed to happen. So to make it happen the way that it's supposed to happen says that it's already predestined. I wonder if I can make it happen the way that it's supposed to happen, the way that it's supposed to be, which means it's already done. These things have to take place in the way they're supposed to take place in order to get to the point where it's supposed to get to. So you can't change it. Take the pebble out of the stream and it goes a different route. So you have to do those things that you're meant to do. At some point in time, it's not aligned with what God wants. And he says, right, it's not aligned with what I want. I'll make it aligned. So he puts everybody in the place that he needs them to be in order for it all to be aligned again. And if that means taking 5 million out of the equation so as he can have these people aligned, then that's what he does. And then it all becomes aligned again. If that means setting a whole load of fires in Hollywood, then that's what he does. If that means bringing some heavy-ass winds and some water to a place, then that's what he's going to do. In order that people understand, look, you need to be doing these things, and if you're not doing these things, you're screwing everything up. My divine plan is getting screwed up because you lot aren't listening. And if you're not listening to the way that it should be, then I need to separate you from this timeline, this reality, because you're not believing in the reality that you've got. I don't know how he works, but I know that he can do it. I have a picture of Grace looks singing White Rabbit, my elbow. Try a kit. You might look funny in a skirt. Kilt. Yeah, I look funny anyway, so I don't think I need a skirt. And there's another thing about embarrassment that Forrest talked about. You know, those things, part of it too. Oh, I'm too old. Too young for Woodstock. I went to the Stones. Give me sugar. Come to da. Hold on, Snoopy. Snoopy, hand on. Yeah. What's the Deep End Channel? Secret Societies. Ooh. Hell's Angels had security duty for Evil Knievel's jump. The pebble in the river analogy. Yeah, I think it was a stream. I don't think it had caused too much in the river. But yeah, God had two sons that want to rule. But what is an ocean but a multitude of drops? So many things. But like I say, it depends. Excuse me. It depends who God is. If it's the universe, and the universe had two sons. If it's God, then God had two sons. If it's your mind, then your mind had two sons. Whatever it is that you want to believe is what's trying to be said. But it has to make sense. You can't singularly be God and have two sons when somebody else is singularly God and has two sons. That ain't going to happen. You know, you're like, then you're saying, if God exists in your mind and you are God, then everybody can be God and there's 8 billion gods. Wow, that's scary. And Forrest, like Davy says, but what is an ocean but a multitude of drops? Ooh. Forrest said so many things had to line up. That's just how it goes. You know, in order to be in your, somebody said the word earlier, authenticity. In order for you to be in your authenticity, to know you have to understand you and have the worst battle that you'll ever have in your life, and that's, you know, within. Then once you can stand in your authenticity, you can go forward, you know, and understand whoever God is, whatever God is, however you can move forward with that. You know, that sounds similar to, you know, the animals inside the Native American Indian. Like, who's going to rule me, the good or the bad? And he said, whichever one you feed the most. You know, you have Cain and Abel who fight, even though, you know, I'm trying to say that we shouldn't fight, you know, because we're brothers and sisters. You have Joseph, who, you know, brothers fight, Jacob or whatever. You have all these people that end up fighting, even though they're supposed to be brothers. But it's normally the one that's good that wins. You know, was it Joseph? Joseph who interpreted the dream, or Jacob, can't remember. Jacob and the ladder, no, Joseph. Whatever, the one who interpreted the dream and then became in charge of the Pharaoh's place, and then his brothers had to come and bow down to him because that's what God said would happen. The devil and Tom Walker is too far to walk, David. Got that from channel activity with my wrench. God doesn't exist in the mind. He can speak to your mind. We are God's children, not the Father. But therefore, he exists in the mind if he can speak to your mind. Like, that's where he is. He is inside you. If he can speak to you in your mind, he is inside you, and he can be inside you all the time. You just have to hear him. You are God. He made you. You are God. If you have a child, he is you. He's part of you. He will grow up to be just like you. Yeah. If you have a he will grow up just like you. And if you have a she will grow up just like you, whatever it is. And that's no different than God. God, we are his children. We grow up just like him because he is in us all the time. He is part of us. And we have to believe in him and her, mother. We have to grow up like them. We have to be like them, like they wanted. Like we have to get away from this way that we've been taught and just believe that something created us, and that's something that created us. We are connected. We're all connected. All of us are connected. There is no different religion. There's just mom and dad and all of us. Created as mom and dad, growing as mom and dad, being mom and dad. And you have to believe that if you ask mom and dad, just like in any real life, if you ask mom and dad to help, they'll help. That's it. Because they love us. And they want the best for us. Even if we're bad people. They don't hate us because we're bad people. They want us to be good people, but if we're bad people, they still love us. Even, in this life, people commit murder, but their mom and dad still love them. They do horrible things, but their mom and dad still love them. That's no different than our mom and dad. And you have to believe in them. That they want only the best for you. And that if you hear them and speak to them and believe in them with enough faith, they will help you, bless you, and give you the life that you want. But you have to, you have to believe in it. The richest old is Didrik Knickerbocker. Laugh my ass off. That doesn't make us a god. We have God's DNA. If you ask God to give you his power and he gives you his power, does that make you God? A God? If God exists in you and you say, God, please let me have the power that you have to do the things that you do, and you believe in it, like ask and ye shall receive, does it not happen that then you are your mother and your father? Like, Dad, make me just like you. I want to be a golfer just like you. I want to be a footballer just like you. I want to be a dancer just like you. I want to be whatever, just like you. That's what you need to aim for. I want to be just like you, Mum. I want to be just like you, Dad. Pillowed down and centered in refers to G.W. Irving's last words. No means no, Jesus. No means no. Terrace Camp refers to Tarrytown, New Jersey. Oh. Well, that's not in one of the search states. Yes, we are all connected. Yes, we are. Like, if you imagine it, we're just all wireless. Like, this is technology that we use for these computers, but we are wireless. Not just here on this earth, but everywhere. Like, we exist everywhere, or we can exist everywhere, because we're all wireless. We have to be wireless because God speaks to us. And if he can speak to me and speak to you at the same time, then we're connected. And if he speaks to all of us at the same time, because he's everywhere, then we're all connected. So we have to be wireless. We have to be able to tap in to whatever it is, whatever frequency is there available, because that's what it is. It's just a frequency. And love is the highest frequency. So if we are all in the frequency of love, then we're all connected. And we will all feel that feeling of love, because it's the same frequency and it exists everywhere. And that's what we should be aiming for. That one frequency, that's the highest frequency of everything, that defeats everything, much higher than the low vibrations, these darker entities or beings or spirits or whatever you want to call them. And I don't know, well, I'm no expert on this. I'm learning this as I go along, but these are the facts that you can deduce from the information you get. Those are the only things that make sense. When you look at the information, Them are the only things that make sense. If God is speaking to you and he's speaking to me at the same time, then we're all wireless. And if he's speaking to you and me at the same time, then we're connected. So we all have to be connected. It's that simple. And we're connected wirelessly, and we're connected from frequencies. And if we connect on the frequency of love, then we should all feel that same frequency. We should all be able to touch each other with that same frequency. And that frequency will be wireless. It will just go through the airwaves. So you just have to think, what if? What if it's possible? What if it's possible? What if we are all connected? What if we can live in a world of love? What if everything can be nice? What if mum and dad will make us, have this, this, and this? What if I can have the house, the car, the family? What if I can have the holidays? What if I can have a job that pays me $60,000, whatever? You have to believe those things and ask for those things. But if you keep believing, I'm never going to amount to nothing. My job's only going to pay me $10,000 a year. My kids are going to be rubbish. I'm never going to have a good, If you're going to be like that, then that's what you'll get. If that's what you're asking for, that's what you'll get. How is your joy? But there you go. Joy and happiness in the thrill of the chase and JCB. No. Well, you don't have to believe anything that I say. You can believe everything that you were taught by these men, or you can believe with your eyes what happens in the future. I am not wrong that those two witnesses have to be in that place. They have to be in that place, which means there is no free will for them, which means there is no free will for you or me. These things that happen are meant to happen by whatever being is making it happen. And you can't deny that. Those two witnesses, they must have done everything, every single thing from being a baby right to that point. Everything must have already been done the way that it was planned for them to be there in that place for it to happen. You can't deny it, which means everything else that I've said is true. Because those people could have done anything in their life from being born to that point in time. They could have done anything, been anywhere. They could have been in another part of the world. But it's already predestined, which means every single thing that they did has been accounted for. And they will be in that place. Whatever they chose before then, they will be in that place. Which means nothing they did was left to chance. There are no coincidences. Nothing they did was left to chance. They would be in that place because everything from being born to being in that place was predestined. You are where you're meant to be. You're supposed to be watching this now. That's it. You were supposed to be watching this now. Not because you chose to watch it, because you were supposed to be watching it. Because you weren't supposed to be anywhere else. There wasn't any place in this reality that you're in that you were supposed to be other than where you are now. Nor me. I'm meant to be doing this. You'll hear people come on to YouTube and say, God told me that I had to do this now. And they'll come out, they're soaking wet and they've just come out of the shower. God told me that I had to do this now. And there they are. And that's, supposedly free will. I can choose to or not do it. I can say, no, I'm not doing it, God. And yet there they are. So everything is planned to the minutest detail, which means everything that I'm saying has to be true because it's all a knock-on effect. So we are all connected. Jesus manifested things. He asked for them to exist and they existed. The person walked on water because he said, if you believe in me, you'll be able to do it. And he could do it. While he looked at Jesus, he could do it. As soon as he turned away, down. If you have enough faith, you will be given what it is that you're asking for. And if you don't have the faith, you don't have the faith. But you are where you're supposed to be. There is no doubt about that. None. Because history tells us that. These events that took place, they were supposed to take place. Hitler exists because he was supposed to exist. Because if he didn't exist, everything else would change. Everything would change. So he had to do what he did. The war had to happen when it did. All of these things will happen. Those things that aren't supposed to happen, like invading Israel, That won't happen because it's not supposed to happen. God says they won't succeed when they attack Israel, and they won't because they're not meant to. It doesn't matter how much you think you can do, like these people trying to, attack me. It doesn't matter how much they think that they've got the power. They haven't. It's just a pointless, exercise in trying to battle what's already predestined. It's just pointless. That went a bit deep, but gods don't help the victims of far as humans do, thankfully. Yeah, but God puts those humans there to help those people. All you need is love. Da, 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 da. Now you're just giving us the plot of Avatar. Sorry, but that's where these people get these inspirations from. Most of our reality comes from films. I've just talked about, Thunderbirds. What Elon Musk's doing is just what was happening in Thunderbirds in the 1960s. Like what we see in our programs is what happens to us in real life at some point in time. So God puts it into somebody's mind, says, right, I want you to write about this and do a film about this. And then within 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years, or whatever it is, it happens. And we become acclimatized to what's possible. So the last airbender will become acclimatized to that, and then it will be possible. If you can think it, it will happen. If you say it, it definitely will happen because words are powerful. So if you're asking for it and you believe it's going to happen, it will happen. But you have to be careful what you ask for, because if you get it wrong, you're screwed. And if you keep cursing out people and keep saying bad things, then those bad things will happen. If you keep cursing out yourself and saying bad things about yourself, bad things will happen to yourself. So, it's a learning experience. You have to learn. But first, you have to battle yourself. You have to know yourself. If you don't know yourself, how are you going to know how you're going to move forward? Oh, feathers. I'm supposed to be seeing feathers. Feathers can help receive the frequency because the tiny hairs on the just so obsessed with headdresses. Enoch and Elijah are still alive. Well, I'm thinking about doing that. I'm thinking about that. Like, I talked about that earlier, about the Fountain of Youth. Like, I asked for that. Like, I lost so much of my life to, bad things, and I wanted it back. Some of the things I missed out on. So I'm hoping that I'll get some of my years back. Like, I'm not 60, I don't look 62, or I don't feel 62, or, I'm able to live longer and feel younger because, I feel like I'm owed, some of my life back from what these people did to try and stop me having what I'm supposed to have. Not just now, from when I was a little kid. I've always been this person inside me, and I've always been held down by these people because they didn't want it to happen. They didn't want whatever prophecy. So if you look up the prophecy from these elites or whatever, they'll tell you they didn't want this person to exist. But unfortunately, God hid me in front of everybody, or whoever this is about, hid them in front of everyone, and they couldn't see it for the trees. Well, they couldn't see the forest for the trees, but they couldn't see it, even though it was right in front of them. Like, the treasure was right in front of them, and they couldn't see it. They were searching for, a box of gold. But the treasure was right in front of them, and they didn't see it, and they mocked it. And they started mocking God, and he's like, hang on, hold up, hold up, now you're going too far. So, that's where we are. It is the same with all mythological creatures. Just like humans, big, block are good and evil. Some will help you and some will turn around. It's true. Jesus also was a alien. It's true. And that's just how it is. People don't want to believe it, but we were told a load of lies, and people believe those lies, and now they don't want to change their minds because they believe the lies, and it makes them feel comfortable. But I believe, some miracles will happen, and people will have to believe. Just like those two witnesses. They will have to believe. You don't die for 3 days and then just suddenly come back to life. It doesn't happen. unless there's a divine power at work. So, there's a reason why these things happen. Of 1917, the establishment of Israel, War 48, 6 days, War 6 days. Yeah, it's all fulfilling the prophecies. So there will come a time when those people will attack Israel, and they will become so confused they start attacking each other. However God does that, it's going to happen. And, you can say, oh, I don't believe in God, but these things are going to happen, and they've been predicted to happen. And that's why, it's God's divine timing, and that's why it's God's plan, and that's why bad people need to exist. That's why the yin and yang. That's why Hitler has to exist, because if Hitler didn't exist, Israel wouldn't be in the position that it's in. Like the Jews wouldn't have suffered, etc., etc., etc. Whatever it is that you want to believe, all these things you had to go through all these things. Is it a myth if you do not know about it, or is it because you do not know about it? It is a myth. That dinosaur under your backyard does not exist till it is located. Get baptized as Jesus showed us. Off with the old and on with the new spirit. But if you do not believe, it could be there. You won't look, will you? So you will never find it. You got a prophecy in there for when religions are removed and all gods are mythological to go. You should read the Old Testament. And again, that is a book written by men to make you believe something. The point of this, the point of life, our life, is to believe that there is a God, a creator, a universe, a person, a thing, a whatever it is, your mind, whatever it is. And that was taken away from us through all the many religions that exist to confuse us, to keep us blinded by the only thing you need to know. You have a mother and father who loves you, who wants only the best for you. That's it. In the simplest terms, that's it. It doesn't matter all the other stuff that goes with it. That doesn't matter. It's like saying you want to believe in the Senate, in the House, in the judiciary system, in the Supreme Court, in the blah, 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 but you ignore the fact that there's a president. Well, that's crazy. You want to believe all this other stuff, but you want to believe the fact that there's a president. First, believe that there's a president, and then worry about all the other stuff. You don't need to worry about all the other stuff, because the president is going to make things happen. So worry about the president being able to make things happen, and then you can question the other stuff if you need to. But, it's a shit analogy, but there you go. Jesus like Bigfoot, they are aliens and can disappear and appear. Hitler played his part. Will you not hug a non-believer? I'll hug anybody. Basically, it's who do you pledge to? The white hats or the black hats? Yeah, basically. But you're not pledging to the white hats or the black hats. You're pledging to the leader of the white hats or the black hats. If you believe the leader is Satan, devil, Diablo, flipping Ganymede, Pluto, whatever, Beelzebub, whatever he was called. If you believe in that leader, then you follow that leader. And if you believe in God, Joshua, Jesus, then you follow those. But there is only one creator, and it's not Beelzebub, all those other names. It's the universal God, Jesus. It's that. So let's say it's the president and America's the world, the earth. Then you believe in the president, like the one person in charge. You don't believe in all the other stuff. That's irrelevant. You believe in the president, that's it. That's it. He's the person in charge. He's the one. Then everything else is whatever the president says it should be. Or whatever God says it should be. I'm trying to make it simple as possible. There's one person in charge. He's in charge of everything. And it doesn't matter what all these other people say. It's not their word that matters. It's his word that matters. Many will come, many will go, many may have many parts to play. We all have a role. Yes, we all have a role to play. So end the discussion completely. Well, I think that's supposed to happen, isn't it? Like, well, Jesus is supposed to come back. I don't know if that will convince everybody that there's a God, but and that's the problem. Single barrel silo. It's all a lie, and people believe that lie, and they're comfortable with that lie, and therein lies the issue. Like, how do you stop people believing the lie that they're comfortable with? And there's lots of different religions, and they're all comfortable in their own lie, and they're not prepared to accept the fact that they can't all be a bit like the chase. They can't accept the fact that they can't all be correct. There can only be one correct. If there is a religion, there can only be one correct one, and they all want to believe that theirs is correct. But the fact that they believe that it's correct when there's so many others means they're all wrong. Like, you can't be correct and have all these other religions. It's impossible. So there must be a different answer, which is yes, there is a God, and all your religions are bullshit. They're all bullshit, made up by man. So then you have to work out, well, what is the actual truth that shows me that there is a God? What's the actual truth? And you work from that. You can't all be correct. It's just that simple. Same as the chase. You cannot all be correct. It's impossible. There cannot only be one God and 90,000 religions, or however many there is. Yet he hops to 4D to evade humans. Hey! I didn't know that. The devil is a word given to the good guy who faces Satan, the bad guy. Doesn't matter what you call him. I don't think anyone's listening. It doesn't matter what name you give him. I'm going to call him my friend. You can call him Satan. Somebody else can call him devil. Somebody else can call him Lucifer. Somebody else can... It doesn't matter what name you give him. Absolutely doesn't matter. The important thing is there is only one God. There is no religion. There is one God. That's it. And that one God could be in charge of 50,000 gods. Jesus is coming soon. And boy, is he pissed. I think they're all pissed up there. I don't think Archangel Michael's too happy. That is much different than what the origin teaches do. But please tell us how you know the difference. Who gave man fire? Prometheus. Was he bad because he loved humans? No, but he went against the then leader Zeus and was punished. And that's the issue. How can you just have one God and then you talk about another God? And then you talk about Prometheus. Like, what was Prometheus? Was he a god too? So that's 3 gods already. I have not had a drink tonight. Woohoo! It's a story ticket. And Zeus was a god. Yeah, and there's the trouble. You have to... It's just like saying the chairman of the company and then the director of the company and then blah, 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 blah. But there is only one chairman. Only one person in charge. But they're all in charge. They're all in charge. It's all the same story and you are in it. Ooh. Only happened on paper or parchment. A phone book can be a hod, if you believe in it. Oh, God. No, I prefer the hod. Someone knows how to spell gulch, right. And if you believe in it, it can be awesome. I mean, that's the biggest thing here, that, if you believe in it, it can be awesome. And if you don't believe in it, then you live the life that you live and it doesn't matter. I don't care whether you believe him or not. But, it doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is that we all get along. I don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe. And I'm not going to say whether you're right or wrong. I'm just going to say what I believe. But I believe it because the facts prove you can't all have the correct religion. It's impossible. You can't all have a one God religion that's different. That's impossible. can't all have a one God religion, which means you're saying there's more than one God. You believe in this God, they believe in that God, they believe in that God, they believe in that God. And it's like, well, there you go. That proves that you're all wrong because there's more than one God. But you just want to say, well, my religion's right and your religion's wrong. But you don't know because you weren't there. Their religion has Jesus in it just the same as yours. And there's, I don't know how many there is, but there's a lot that have God and Jesus, and they're all different religions. And I thought, well, that's crazy. If Jesus was teaching amongst us, surely everything that he taught just led to one understanding. And surely that he talked about God led to one understanding. And it doesn't, because man changes what they want to believe is written and how they want to believe it, because they want to live this way of life. And the only way they can live this way of life is by bullshitting about what's actually written, which leads us to the elite. They totally did away with everything, hid what really happened, used that to make themselves rich by preying on chosen young people and making themselves better off. But that will end. And those chosen, they will be free. And they will be able to talk about all the things that you people did. And these miracles will happen. And these people will speak out. And I will make sure of it. Absolutely will. And if God does decide to give me this abundance, when you people have finished messing about, Mum, when you finally concede, when you stop trying to stall the courts, I'm not going to give them it. I'm not going to give them it. What can they do? We'll see. So when that happens, and whoever it is, whether it's me or someone else, it doesn't matter, God will give the abundance. That person will go on to do whatever they're led to do by the spirits, by the angels, by the ancestors, by God, however it is, however you want to believe it. Those things will take place because they're already predestined. It's meant to happen. So it will happen. There is nothing anyone can do about it. This person is supposed to delay it, do whatever it is, these court cases, legal matters, whatever you want to call it. It's supposed to be delayed, but it will complete. And, I don't know. I don't want to say what's going to happen, but it will complete. To come back to Earth to tell us all about it. Oh, the Anunnaki, I missed that before. So, and they all had their own gods. That's the issue. But we only know about the Anunnaki from things that were told. We weren't there. So what's going to happen is the people that were there, they're going to start speaking. All of this ancient technology will be brought to life, will be brought out. This 0 point energy module, energy, whatever it is, there'll just be so much going on. I'm blinded by my own story. I don't need anybody else's story. Where do you come up with all this you speak? By listening to everybody speak the bullshit and try and work out, well, that's not possible. That's not possible. This bullshit that I'm being told, that can't happen. So what is the reality? What is the reality? If there's been so much, like the Anunnaki and all that stuff, if all these things existed and they all had different gods, And I know that, you know, some gods are the same gods, just different parts of the world, just change the name, but the same abilities. You know, it started from chaos or started from nothing, whatever it is. How it came through the ages, it got to a point where the elite decided that thousands of years ago they would kill these people, take over this practice, however the world was, the earth was, and blind people to the truth. So they would destroy those people that knew the answers or threaten them, you know, to stay quiet. And then they went around the world killing all the people that believed in the old ways and made them learn Christianity. That's what all the missionaries did. So, you know, went to Hawaii or whatever, you know, Columbus, whatever it was. And they didn't, you know, go make hospitals and stuff like that. They made churches. Like, you can't believe this anymore. This is not the way it is. You have to believe this. You know, and, you know, the Indian Native Americans, same things. You can't believe this anymore. You have to believe in God. You have to believe this type of God, not your type of God, not the sky people. So their way of living was, you know, through the ages. We don't do that, but they do it through the ages. So the information they knew hundreds of years ago is still with them. They still use it. We don't. We're told that these events took place and this is when it started. Well, it couldn't have started. It couldn't have started like that. It couldn't have. Like, you want to believe in the Bible, but then you talk about Anunnaki and all those other people who exist, the Sumerians and the Nephilims and blah blah. They existed way before that. So why isn't that in the Bible? Like, it doesn't make sense. So therefore, you have to look at what makes sense. What makes sense is there's information that we're not being told, like the Book of Enoch or whatever. There's information that we're not being told, and we're led to believe something totally different. Absolutely totally different. Not totally different, because some of it's, you know, factual and some of it's just bullshit. And they're all different. All the religions are different. It's like, well, hang on. You can't all have different religions with one God, and you can't ignore the fact that this civilization existed. The Sumerians, the Anunnakis. You can't ignore the fact that they existed. So why aren't they in the Bible? Why isn't the timeline from these people? So you have to factor all that in and go, well, hang on then. So life was different. Something was different. Why was it different? Well, the only thing that's different are these different civilizations that come and go. We know that for a fact. They come and they go. So many years and then another civilization. So many years and then another civilization. And we probably will be the same, probably. You know, whether the pole flips or whatever it is that, you know, is supposed to happen. But in the meantime, one person created all of it, or one thing, or whatever it is. And that one thing could have, just like a company, except you have the boss, well, even a company. So you have the boss, then you have these other people, but they're all humans. They're all humans. They've just got one person in charge. So they're all gods, but they've just got one God in charge. And that's how it exists. Like, the souls that are in us come from somewhere else. Like, everybody thinks that we're just humans and that's it. We're humans and we exist and we live and everything else is outside. But it's not. It's all inside. Like, you look to God out there, but God is inside. You're trying to find something that doesn't exist. You're trying to find something that was made up by man. You're not trying to find something that exists in whatever religion you have. It doesn't matter what the religion is. You're trying to find something that doesn't exist because it's been made up. So you have to look to what the information is that is factual. The Anunnaki existed, the Sumerians existed, we have the tablets, the people on Easter Island, those big statues, they exist, we have those statues. Like, they exist. Now, you have to try and think, well, hang on, how did these people that just have a hammer and chisel, if that, make these big statues? And even if they did make these big statues, how the heck did they get them there? Like, it's, the pyramids, they weren't made the way that we're told they're made. It's just not possible. It's just stupid to even believe it. So the veil that's been put over everybody, they just say, yeah, fine. Thousands of men with ropes, a few cattle. They pull this big block up this flipping ramp and then nudged it into place, and it's perfect, better than we can do today with all our experience and all our technology. And they managed to do it with just a few men pushing it into place. And these oxen, like, oh no, it's a millimetre out. Come on, let's push it. Like 30 tons, 40 tons. Let's just push it in place. It's like bullshit. So you have to get rid of the bullshit and see what's left, and then try and work out, well, if this is left, then this must be the case. Sorry, long-winded that was. Sorry. That's how I get it. How do you know the gender? You don't only do. I was stopping ages ago. I was still going, why not are you afraid of the answer you give? Why answer fear? There is both. One is male and one is female. The divine feminine has been hidden from us. Not anymore. Not anymore. You can make up whatever you like because it's fiction. Egyptian statue in the Western debunks Christopher Columbus discovering America. What else isn't true? And none of it's true. That's the whole point. I think that was the whole point of the chase. Nothing's as it seems. It was to wake somebody up to the world that, this, whatever, the Matrix, reality, whatever you want to call it, it's bullshit. And you have to be the creator of it. Like, you have to turn around and go, whoa, this is bullshit. Somebody's creating this. So why don't I just create my reality and stop theirs? And these are the houses that are falling. This is the burn it down. This is the towers. These are the bad things that are happening to them, and they're wondering why. They know why. They know why. And it will increase. The more that they do to stop it happening, the worse it will get for them. The worse it will get. And they'll still try. And they'll still try and stop whoever the chosen one is or whatever it is. And like I say, it's all predetermined. It's all predestined. Whatever happens will happen. And if they think that, if it is me, that I'm worried, think again. There are so many worse things that have happened in my life to me that I didn't give a shit about, that I certainly don't give a shit about what you lot are thinking of doing. Including, if you want to go live, we'll go live. I don't mind going live with someone. And if you think that it's going to affect me and people are going to see what happens to me while I'm live, I'd look at yourself. Because whatever's directed at me will never, ever reach me. Not because of me. Not because of me. And all you're doing then is proving that you don't have any power. And proving that God holds all the power. And I think that's what 2025 is all about. You will see miracles. You will see God's work. You will see his abundance. You will know that he created it. You will know why. And you will know why he chose the 144,000 or whatever it is to work for him. Along with the archangels, the ancestors, the spirits. However he planned all this to unfold, you will see all of that in 2025. And they will be running scared. Rightly so. I'm not threatening anyone. I don't care. I'm trying to bring love to everyone. Just trying to warn people that, this, how people have ruined this earth and God's children, he's claiming it back. And I don't think he's taking any prisoners. And it's nothing to do with me. I'm not judging anyone. I don't care. I have my own battles to fight. I have my own sins to worry about. I don't care about anybody else's sins. I don't judge anybody else's sins. And I don't care which path that people walk. Like I say, some people want to live in the dark. Go live in the dark. I don't care. Just don't affect any of my good people. And some people want to live in the light. Well, go live in the light. I don't care. But I can't live in the light the way that you live in the light. I can't do it. Not because I can't do it, because I know that I will fail. Because I like my mate here. So I have to toe this fine line. And I have to talk to them to get them to do things. And I have to talk to them to get them to do things. Try and have a world where we all get along. Because I don't want a world where God decides that he needs to destroy us all and just leave a few. I don't want that world. I really don't. I really do not want that world. But people are trying to bring about another flood. They're trying to bring about another Noah. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Trying to make God choose a few people over everybody on the earth. That's crazy. Stop it. That's just stupid. And I want a world where we can just get along. And that's a lot better than having God's wrath and just saving a few. And if that means walking on this grey path, then I'll walk on the grey path. But I will do it for God. And you know me. You've seen me for years. I'm not a God person. This is not me. This is what I've become. Because of you bad people. Because of you people doing what you're doing. This is who you made me. This is what I found out. This is the road that I'm on. And I cannot go on the dark side. But I know in my own heart, it may change. You know, when this divine union takes place, whoever it is, I may love them that much that my life changes. And I'm fully in the light. I don't know. But for the time being, I walk this grey path. And I try to keep this balance of bad energy and good energy, because it has to exist. It has to be the yin and yang. And I try and balance it. And maybe I'm not supposed to be in either. Maybe that's why this has been done. Maybe I'm supposed to be separate to everybody else. To see both sides. I don't know. I don't care. I just want everyone to get along, and I don't want the good to suffer because people want to live in the dark. If you want to live in the dark, go live in the dark and keep it separate. You people that are preying on the light, you need to stop. Now. You need to stop now. Because I have asked for all of them to be found, for all of them to be set free. Should anything to happen to them, I pity you. Not because of what I'll do. I won't even know who you are. I won't even know where you are. But people will. People like Robert will tell us. And people like the Earth Angel that was killed will tell us. You need to understand. Well, they don't. They understand. They know. They know what they did, and they know all about God, and they know everything. They've got all the information they need. They know. But they now know that I know. And they know that 144,000 people know. But more importantly, they know God's had enough. They know. And I don't need to do anything. This is not about the chase. Well, it is about the chase. But what I'm talking about now is the whole world. It will change. It will change. And it was meant to be this way. The chase was only for one. The chase was a job interview. The world has to change. We have to get along. It's that, or God just turns around and says, well, I'll save the ones that I want to save, and everybody else can, as he's done in the past. I don't want that to happen. And I'm assuming, deducing, that I'll be okay if that happens. So it's not that I'm worried about me. I'm worried about everyone else. I'm not worried about me. If I'm supposed to be the chosen one, then I'm not worried that God's going to smite me. I want it to happen. I want to get along. I want people to stop doing bad things to good people. And I don't want to be talking about this. I was just talking about living Forrest Fenn and go back to this again, but just stop it. It's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. You will never win because you're not fighting me. You know, he's way more powerful than what you think. Faith in the church. Create the shred of dreams who saw faith in the church. In return, the church were to leave the temple alone. Yeah, yes, if they is Fenn or the community, but without crazy babble. Hey Jeff, how you doing? Yes, it will, and yes, religion must be removed. So yes, and that's what he said. That makes sense. I think Leonardo was a reincarnated Anunnaki. Yeah, he knew way too much. Like those pictures, just the information's there if people want to see it, if people want to hear it. You know, yesterday today is the same for tomorrow. Another theory is it was the first photograph. That was Timber. I know the other two. Yes, it was. The exposure took a couple of months, but still, yes, it is an image on fabric. Just driving by. And negative. After all my research, I agree. I don't know what you're agreeing on, but no, I haven't. I've just gone by the information that I got, which is mostly BS, so it can't be that. You know, which counts out religion that, you know, I've been told it. Doesn't matter which religion it is. If there's that many gods because there's that many religions, then that's BS. So why was that BS created in the first place? Okay, so then you take out the God religion when you factor in the Anunnaki and the Sumerian and that, and you think, well, hang on then, how does that relate to the Bible? So you have to do a whole U-turn. You know, Horus was the original Jesus, in my opinion, which then, you know, throws a whole nother story, episode, you know, light on the subject. Then you have Ra, you know, Anubis and Set, what happens with them, Isis, Osiris, you know, people that I know well, and people that some people, you know, that I'm talking to know well. Then you have Mary Magdalene, Lilith. And Lilith to give you dot is the last, something like that. I give you title to the gold is the poem. So I give you title to the gold, translated to Lilith to give you dot, something like that. Can't remember, long time ago. So Lilith, you know, Carte. Who's the other one? Mary Magdalene, Lilith, Isis. Can't remember. But it's like the information from these people is totally different than what, we're led to believe. And the information's been hidden. But no, it's still with us. Place to hang out and sort of listen to someone, I will back off. I don't know what that is. First photo, what? You are the man, Mary. Plus over. Oh, cheers, single. Don't often get that said. First photo ever developed. I think JCB is involved in Temple Masonic. And that could be very possible. JCB because Jesus Christ is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Well, what if Mary was back? And the photo was the Shroud of Turin. Secrets of two is the same of one of a jewel. The life of one that must go as one of two. The answer's half of half. No, Dillard's off again doing that stuff. Shroud of Tigger. You need a dessert? Yes, Dillard. Yes, I do. Forrest rowed the boat to the shore. Forrest rowed the boat ashore. Hallelujah. I know some things. I don't know much. Road or road? Road, the second one. I didn't even notice that. Yeah. That's a good point, Tigger. He doesn't need to row the boat. He could just be in the boat and rowed it. Bit like Styx, the river Styx. Is it Styx? Don't make the alligator mad till he crosses the river. Aha! Cooking dinner and talking my messages. Don't know what that is. Know some things too. If I don't know it, my grandma does. Yeah, I've been hearing about a grandfather, a seer, very powerful, able to read a book without opening it. I'm wondering how that works. And a grandmother too. Road in Greece. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Kids know it all. Language is ignorant to two of the same language to create the identical meaning and separation of the identity. And so do the grandparents. Well, I'm going to go now because I've probably bored the heck out of you. Phenology Dillard. One grandmother does. Yeah, one grandmother does. And one grandfather does. And father and mother do. If you look at it like that. So I appreciate you being here. I understand that, some people don't like me, and whilst I want to get along with everyone, it's not going to cause me to lose any sleep. It really isn't. Not going to cause me to lose any sleep. So just had a thought then. It's all good. Mario looking good in grayscale. I don't know why it is that, to be honest. I think the spirits mess about with my camera setting because it seems to be different every time that I do it. And I don't remember or realise that I've changed anything. It just looks different. Not my choice. It's like they're trying to get a message out. Actually, I suppose that's me walking in the grey. I suppose that's me walking the grey road. And it wasn't intentional. I didn't do it. But now that you mention it, I'm probably walking along the grey road and not the white and not the black. So that might be what that is. Don't know. Wasn't my choice. Noir. Mario, you rock. Thanks for sharing the truth. Cheers, Redneck. Well, It's the truth as I see it. I'm not telling anyone to believe me. Those that know the truth know that what I am saying is true to the best of my knowledge of things that are going on, things that did go on, things that are going on, things that have gone on. They know that I'm saying exactly what happened, and they know that I know what happened. But no one else has to believe me. Anything else that I've talked about, you don't have to believe me. The God thing, or ISIS or anyone else. You don't have to believe any of it. But time will tell. And I've pretty much been right with the truth that I've given. I'm not trying to blame my own trumpet or nothing. I'm just saying, it is what it is. I try and find the truth, and I try and tell the truth to the best that I know it. But thanks for that. I appreciate that. You are in black and white, Marianne. Yeah, somebody said it was grayscale, and I think it's because of the thing, but it's not. It's not something that I chose. I didn't choose for it to be this color. It's like the camera seems to have a mind of its own. Whenever I come on, I always seem to have a problem with the camera, but it's not because I'm doing anything. It just seemed to want to look like this time. Not my choice. I didn't think you had offended anyone. Like, I want to live in a world where I don't have to keep saying that. Like, we should all be adults enough to accept that someone's opinion is someone's opinion, and you don't have to agree with it. I mean, obviously, a flat out insult is, not acceptable. Like, you're an ugly fat person, blah blah blah. But because you believe something, and you shouldn't. If you're not prepared to defend it, you shouldn't believe it. So, and if you're prepared to defend it and you say it, then there's no. I don't have any issues with that. So, but you haven't offended me. See you later, David boy. Always glad to have you around. Marion Somerset Blog. Rip Randy. Randy? Scrolly. Randy, not our Randy. The Dark Night of the Soul was painful, right? Yes, it was. 100%. I found many demons. Like, everyone was to blame. There was a fire inside me that wouldn't quit. I was angry at both God and the devil for putting me in the position that I was in. Like, it's like, stuff you both. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep everyone happy, which is when I learned, I don't need to worry about anyone except for me. I'm trying to keep everyone happy in order to make this work like it's supposed to. And even God and the devil and everyone around me is shitting on me. It's like, why should I worry about anyone else? And then, my whole life, what's happened in my whole life, and working out, hang on a minute, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, and now, losing my wife, and these people, don't give a shit about what they've done. They don't give a shit about the situation I'm in. They know the situation that I'm in, and they just think it's funny, and all of those things. And you get to the point where you go, what does any of that matter? Like, you don't hate these people. You don't hate God. The devil's your friend because he's the one that come up and made you go through this. Like, he's the one that's tempting you. He's the one that's giving you the options. He's the one that's making you face all those bad things that happened in your life. So he's the one that saves you. The one that, they sent to destroy me is the one that brought me out of there. And thanks to God, the devil exists, and he sent him. So I come out back as me, but with all that crap that was inside me gone. Like, faced everything that I've done in my life, everything that was happened in my life that I thought was bad, don't matter. I can still love everyone. I can still accept love. I can still listen and hear people. I can still talk to people, not judge people. I can do all those things. But yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And like I say, the hardest battle you'll ever have is, going inside yourself, arguing with yourself, finding yourself. You're not sure. I'm not sure that you went through it. Are you sure? I'm sure. Ask God. Ask God if I went through it. Ask the devil if I went through it. You don't have to believe me, but you will see that I went through it. And I went through it on the day that those fires started. It just said, burn it all down. Those are the things that happen. Those are the things that come to your mind when you think that the world is against you. When you think you've done your best for everybody and all they've done is try to kill you. You don't want to die. And you wonder, why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead, Marianne? Why, when all this is happening, when they're doing all of this, why aren't you dead? Do you know how that feels to ask that question? Of course you don't. I know how it feels. I know how it feels. I know I should be dead. And I know I should have been dead more than once. And I know that I am protected. As I've already told you, somebody just keeps pushing me on and pushing me on. So yeah, I went through it. And you'll find out that I went through it. There'll be no doubt. Is it a cave if it's got a skylight? I don't know, it depends if you're having a shower. I'd take a peek. I don't know what all that was about. The dog of God, Egyptians knew versus man's best friend rests on their shoulders as dog. What a good God to be, friendship. All as a bip. The fires were arson. They arrested 3 people for 3 fires. I've been wanting to get or build a cedar sauna. Would love that. Bill, yeah. Somebody was talking about doing cinnamon to cleanse the air. It's like, what? Or smoking cinnamon instead of a cigarette. Like, you wouldn't get the smoke, but it's all good. Oh, that's weird. RH negative is the anarchy blood. The powers that be know this. The powers that be have been searching for a royal bloodline. The powers that be are scared of the prophecy. But the powers that be made it self-fulfilling. And the powers that be will no longer be the power. Fact. The powers that be will no longer be the power. The money that you made will drip from you. You may end up being one of those people on the street. And I have to decide, do I want to help you? Do I want to help you after what you did? And then I go, yeah, of course I do. It's up to you if you get back up like me. Because you wanted me homeless, didn't you? You wanted me dead. You wanted me crazy. In fact, it would be easy to say what you didn't want to happen to me. You even brought in somebody who was banished to take me on. And yet, as I've said, you're not fighting me. Do I look like I have all this power? I'm trying to tell you the truth. And you don't want to listen. That's fine. That's fine. But do I suffer because you don't listen? No. Do you suffer because you don't listen? Absolutely. And you know you do. You've only got to talk to each other to know that you suffer. Or, sorry, fight with each other, because that's what you're doing now. I don't know. People don't want to listen, they want to listen. I can't do nothing about that. Secure these rights. Governments are instituted among them, deriving their just powers from the consent. Oh, mate. I don't know what that means. Bloodline is known if without inbreed to preserve the line of a bad line of blood to be in. Well, I think one of my statements, in my desire to have good as opposed to evil, but understanding there has to be some darkness, was to break all generational curses from the light people that have been wronged in the past, but not including any of the dark that instigate that, which means there'll be more people to help in the spiritual battle, going forward in 2025, and more to help the chosen find these, my other evil, I suppose, just call them evil. From the Pope, all of them, people who run countries, people who run businesses, all of them, they're all in bed together. They're all singing from the same sheet. This Pope stuff needs to change, and the information they're hiding needs to be brought out into the open. There's no need to hide it if it's in the best interest of humans. None at all. It's like, why are you hiding it? Why do you need your own sovereignty? And best of it, if God wants it destroyed, he can destroy it. Like they built it and, deep down and whatever, and try to do these things. It's like, you're just being silly. You know the power of God. You're just being silly if you think that if he doesn't want it gone, it will be gone. And if he doesn't want it found out, it will be found. If he does want it found out, it will be found out. Gives the impression that you're going to remove the mask and identify as Tom Cruise. Now I can remove my glasses, but not the mask. Actually, just about to see my eyes. No, I'm definitely me. He continues to inspire people around the world to fight for freedom and equality. That's all it should be, though. Everyone's equal. We're all human beings. We're all, sons of the one God and, mom, father and mother, whatever it is. So why? Woody, love the smell in the sauna. Also eucalyptus. I've also burnt tree sap off the pine trees. It smells so good. Sloan lived Taos, so count the trips. Pip Sweater is the Lincoln Highway sign, and Eric Sloan's return to Taos with a D instead of an L. Right, Dylan. Jeff, so do you live in Cali? I have not worn shoes in 3 years. I feel free. And who said that? Who said that earlier about being closer to nature by not wearing shoes? I actually have a small bathtub in the cave. Oh, Sloane is royal, and you can royal too. If you rule the flush, the throne not to be, Sloane Royal Flush. Valve is the key to your waters high. Ooh. Tucson, my friends, went to Chico for 2 days and then moved back here 6 years ago. They are in their 80s. Okay, so I think, yes, in God we trust. That is the motto of the United States of America, or whatever you call it. And, I believe it's time that it's the motto for everybody, around the world. And all that e pluribus unum, out of many one. I don't see anything wrong with that. I have a picture of Jack in a 3-foot bathtub. Even that, tea with Olga, that could speak of spirituality. Like, spilling the tea is spilling the truth. Or, getting prophes, whatever that word is, knowledge. And the colours, the orange, red, green, whatever, black. The colours. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it could be. If you think about it. So Forrest would hint at the spirituality side of things, but not the religious side of things. So it's quite possible that Forrest himself was a divine masculine. Which is, high honour indeed. And it's possible that divine feminine is finding her feet. Party big in Chico in 1978. Actually, was it 1985 or 1986 they were born? Can't remember. You know who you are. 1985, 1986, or both. God, is it? I showered in the girls' dorm at Chico while my girlfriend watched the door. I wouldn't have let the girlfriend watch the door, mate. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have. She could have come in the shower with me and anyone else could have joined in if they wanted. That's where my mind would have been. It is even written inside the US submarines, in God we trust. Have you all actually thought about the famous valve created by Sloane, labeled as Royal Sloane Valve? Highest load of water high. No. Moisturize, hello? Jeff, I just found out tonight another person I know lost their home. He was the youngest boy in the little house on the prairie. Sad, very nice man. I think a few people in the chase have lost their home. Or will. I feel sorry for anyone, to be fair, if that's the case. And I feel sorry for those people who, are involved that have kids. It's like you've done the worst possible thing. It's crazy. Absolutely. Every time I flush the lid. Oh my. Bill, did you make the connection of the flush? Oh. Bill, did you make the connection? I think he said, every time I flush the lid. Not the royal flush. Anyway, I'm definitely going. Thanks to the 21 and the 8 likes. Like I say, I'm aware that, some people hate me. I hope that, some people like me. You don't have to love me. I'm not I was never here for likes. I was never here for, well, anything other than just to be part of the community, spread a little, I wouldn't say joy, but a little, bit of banter, have a bit of a friendship. Just, I don't know how it turned out the way that it is. I wasn't expecting it, but, have to make it happen the way that's supposed to happen. That's the be all and end all. If we build it, they will come. 100%. That's where we are now. That's exactly where we are now. There's going to be some towers. There's going to be some destruction, but there's going to be a lot of rebuilding to replace. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. So we're at the point where the Lord taketh away, and then we'll be at the point where the Lord giveth. Why does he have to be safe? Oh, is he where the fires are? Yeah, be safe if you are. I asked the question, like, are all these houses of people that deserve to lose their home? But you get told the same thing, a few suffer in order that more will benefit. And those things that are not aligned won't exist. And that, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with the boss. Yeah, karma always comes around, and thanks for that street. I'm just, like, it hurts. Like, I don't, as I said, I'm on the grey road where I don't mind the bad existing, as long as it's separate from the good. And, if bad karma needs to be dished out, then only the bad should suffer. But that's not the way that it works. And you only have to look at Hitler. It's not always the bad that get karma. And sometimes the innocent suffer. And it turns out to be, for the greater good, that we learn the lessons, so those things don't happen again. But sometimes someone comes along and wants to be that same bad person. And, we can't let that happen. Namaste Street. Taekwondo, home of brown belt trees. History of America is the death of 8 presidents, and you'll understand letter 81 to connect. At least they didn't lose their lives. I think, I was upset that I think it was 10 the last time I looked. But like I say, they had to be told. They were told. They were warned. They could have saved all their memories. They could have saved these things. They could have had it insured. They could have done all those things. I don't know if they did. I don't think they did. But it is what it is. We all seek to be happy. Happy. I am happy. I know I am. I'm sure I am. The cleansing has started. Yeah. Like I say, air is next. And maybe some water with that. And God has his ways of, making everything align, making everything right. Fenn was genetic royalty. Well, I'm hoping in there, I might have some royalty. I might need a throne as well. Hitler was not the controller over Russia as Germany was under of, so who's really the guilty? Hey Robert, how you doing? Well, to a point, most can be found guilty for allowing these things to happen. In many circumstances, people are warned that these bad things are going to happen and they ignore it and they let it happen. Like, Russia and Ukraine. People knew it was going to happen, but they let it happen. And then when it happened, they let it go on. So everybody's guilty. Everyone's guilty. Not everyone, but the people in power that could have done something to stop it or can do something to stop it and don't. They're all guilty. And, and they should be held accountable. But is that a earthly accountable? No, I don't think it will be, because people won't get involved or do things because it suits them not to. So God will hold people accountable, which is, normally the way. Swamp draining time approaches. Jeff, I noticed some while my grandparents live between Broadway and Speedway near Commonwealth Circle. Material can be replaced. Yeah, but I think it's about, all their Oscars and all their flipping, awards and all their pictures and all the celebrities and all the things, those sort of things. If they didn't take them out, then they're gone and they're never getting back. And they're, just what it is. Those things that they hold dear, they probably don't care about the memories. They want to be able to go, look what I got. 6 of these globes. And I'm not saying that all celebrities are bad. I'm not saying all rich people are bad. I just aren't. And again, I don't care how you want to live your life. But if you are bad, then just stick with the bad. Don't pick on the good. Don't make them suffer because you want to have a weird and wonderful life. The 20th is a big day. The evil ones will go forward. What? The evil ones will go forward. What? Are you saying the evil ones will... What? I don't get that. For me, the evil ones won't go forward. It's all down. See, downhill means two different things. Downhill means good and downhill means bad. I mean downhill bad for them. The 20th is a big day. I think the 25th is another big day. And I think the 28th is definitely a big day. Hitler was guilty of his own body to be dead as it walked away. Two can keep the secrets, one dead. Bill Gorman's message deleted by Tigger. What happened there? Who hurt you, Bill? Mother was smart like that. I live between Bear Canyon and Mount Lemmon Highway. 2 miles as the crow flies from Salina. Do you know that? What if he's got a flat tire and he has to walk, Jeff? How far is it then? Just an old joke. The evil ones will go to prison for their evil over the last 4 years. So many will be found out. Lots will be found out, and some will have earthly justice, some will have a spiritual justice, and some will repent and mean it, and God will, smile on them, because some people are not bad. They're just tricked into doing things without, especially somebody in a chase saying, "Oh, I didn't know. And I believe you didn't know, from the way that you're saying it. It sounds like you didn't know, but sometimes people are tricked into doing things that they wouldn't normally do, and they're not really bad. They just made a bad judgment. So sometimes you can forgive. I don't know. I'll probably forgive. There are some things you can't forgive, but more often than not, you should be able to forgive. 5 hours. Catholics love their kitty too. I could go for a Swenson's sticky chewy chocolate or never heard of them. Tigger can't delete me. Wrenches can't attack other wrenches. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why she did. I know the area. Censorship and attack are two different things. But Advance 2028. Ooh. It's our closing. Sad news. Why is everybody deleting messages? Ages are closing. Sad new owners. Don't know what that means. That must be a store or a. What's up, Alpine? Why is Alpine deleting everyone? It's starting to sound like one of them elites. Doesn't want word to get out. Well, I'm definitely going. Oh, it's nearly 4 o'clock. 3:51. What does that add up to? 9. 9. 9's good. Just then we get completion. What's this? 17th for the first, 2025. That's 9, 10, 27. Adds up to 9. Wow. That's 9. Just need another 9. 99 red balloons. 2, 1. That's, 21. And 10 is 31. That's 4. And 521. 2. Oh, that keeps changing, so I can't do that. 9. Cool. 99 bears. And 99 bears hanging on the wall. I was doing 99. Oh, look, they're all there now. What about 99 red balloons? Red's good. 99 red balloons. Give Moss your wrench. It is also a shield against the mods. Why is anybody attacking him anyway? Or her? Or whatever it is. However it is. Is unhide put them back? No, this works. Why can't I make? There we go. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know why Alpine did that. He is, or she is, wrenched. I don't know why that was. I don't understand. I don't even know what was said. Where is Alpine? I think you're a moderator now. Moisture. Abuse and discretion are two different things, but helium balloons. I don't drink. Well, I do drink. That's a stupid thing to say. I don't drink alcohol. I do drink. NASA, largest consumer of helium worldwide. To the moon and back. So I'm definitely going. Thank you to the 21 people that are here and the 10 likes. Wow, it's gone up. It was 8. Please, I don't mean to offend anyone. I don't mean to upset anyone. I'm just telling people the truth as I see it, as I feel it, because of what's happening. It's not a threat. Whilst it's a warning, it's not a threat. Like, I'm not going to do anything. I don't care. I'm not going to judge anyone. I don't care. This is in the hands of someone more powerful than I am. And this will get solved. This will get resolution, when that is the case. Ancient olive jars were like 30 gallons. Thanks, Street. Yeah. Like I say, this is not. I'm not trying to say I'm better than anyone. I'm definitely no worse than anyone. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that these things are happening. I know they're happening. People should know they're happening. The world was screwed over. People have been screwed over. It's time to take it back. It's time to heal the world. Oh, Athena, love her. Oliver, a big deal in Greece. I think the start of the olive groves. Yes. Thanks for that, Street. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate you being here. You know, good or bad, doesn't matter. You know, some people just keeping tabs on me. I mean, it doesn't matter. Thanks. It's like if you want to know anything about me, just ask me. You don't need to like put different fake accounts and all sorts of stuff. I know who you are half the time by the language that you use. Some people use the same words. Mario about to eject. Yes, I've gone through my bailout procedures. Just checking everything, make sure I got the camera and those things, and make sure I don't get stuck in a tree. I don't want to be hanging from a tree 18 inches from the floor. So much love, you know, and I mean that. You know, people probably think I'm just saying it. I'm not just saying it. I mean it. You know, I've got no axe to grind. I understand. You know, I probably wouldn't do the same thing in the same situation, but I can understand why these things are done. And I understand why, you know, God says, I've had enough. You know, they've gone as far as I want them to go, and now, you know, it's judgment. And I'm glad, you know, I'm glad of that, because then, you know, it makes my life easier. Not that my life's, you know, difficult, but it'll make it easier. And, you know, I'm supposed to be getting the love of my life. I don't know how this is going to work, because, like, I don't know if we both don't know each other. I get the feeling that they know who I am, but I don't know if we both don't know each other, and I just don't know. It's like we're supposed to be a match made in heaven, so we don't really need to find out anything about each other, because it's like, well, you know, we already know we're going to get on. We don't need to know anything. You're supposed to be my ideal partner. I'm probably supposed to be your ideal partner. You know what we're going to talk about. So, you know, it is what it is. Good night and laugh, Tig, says Jeff. And I think that's for everyone. Good night and laugh. Good night and have fun. Good night, you know, and spend time with those that you love. Tell them that you love them. You know, show them that you love them. You know, that was something that I grew up without. I don't think that word was ever spoken in my family when I was growing up. I don't think anybody ever says, "Oh, I love you." Not like the Waltons, you know. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, blah blah. It wasn't quite like that. There's enough axe grinders out there. No need to. No, I don't want to do that. Thanks. Read Rumbling and Ramblings 1. It tells a different story about Buffalo Cowboys and TTOTC. You cannot have the love of your life if you want all the women. Yeah, I know. But, well, I don't know. She might be, you know, very forgiving. She might, you know, say, okay, then you can have 1,000, but no more than 1,000. So I don't know how that's going to work. I don't, you know, she might be all the women. Like, she might be a shapeshifter. She could be anyone. That would be good. You know, I'll come home to a different woman every night. That would be great. I wonder how that works. Let me just go and ask for that. So yeah, shapeshifter would be great. I don't know as I want any particular type of woman. I don't know if I've even thought of that. But apparently there's supposed to be something taboo about it, so that's even worse. Like, I don't know what that's all about. So I don't even know the type of woman that, I don't know. I want every type of woman, which is crazy. So I don't know. So this is going to be fun, if that's the case. I got the love. You got the love. Thanks. Yes, my pleasure. Like I say, in most places, I say, look, take what resonates, leave the rest for someone else. You know, if you don't believe a single word, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm not trying to make anybody believe anything, which I never have. You can believe it, don't believe it, I don't care. People are looking towards Bill Cody F. Some people never grow up. Heavy sigh. No, they will never grow up. That's Peter Pan. They just grow old and yeah, I've got one of them as well. Uh, I never thought I'd be a grumpy old man, but here I am rocking it. So, um, yeah, I think they're fun. Same old, same old. Before treasure, it's love. After treasure, I'll take 10 gold diggers like Dean Martin had. Yeah, I think I'm down with that, Bill. See, there's the issue with me walking in that grey area where, you know what, I'd like to jump over there in the dark stuff, but God's watching. Yeah, don't know, but I like that idea, Bill. 10 gold dig. Well, yeah. Hmm. I don't know if I want it to be gold diggers, but get off my yard, you damn hooligans. That sounds like Clint Eastwood. They only want the money. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, that wouldn't do me. Well, I want the. Oh, that was a bit late. Yes, the Eye of Horus sees everything. You're right there. So yeah, that was a bit late after I talked about Horus, but yeah, that's where we need to be. So, in order to create, I don't know, I'm not going to say utopia because that's not. There has to be yin and yang. There has to be good and evil. There has to be dark, light. There has to be all of those things. But there has to be a world where people can just get along, accept each other. All of this, DEI and woke and whatever else that's, just absolutely trying to smother everyone. You should be able to live free, live happy. That's it. That's all we're supposed to do. That is absolutely all we're supposed, according to what I've tried to work out. All we're supposed to do is live happy and free. Want for nothing. Like ask for what you want. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Blah 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 blah. Just live your life. Just live your life as you want to live your life. So live happy. Live happy thoughts to bring in a happy life. Don't live negative thoughts and have a negative life. Your life is what you make it. It's what you speak it. But just believe that mom and dad are listening and they're going to go, oh, so-and-so wants a new bike for his birthday. So let's give him that. It's just a simple analogy. You want a house, you want a car, you want, holidays, you want this, that, and the other. You're going to have a well-paid job. You're going to, those things. Think those things. Not, oh, we're going to get evicted if I don't pay this, if I don't do that. Just ask. Is Mr. Red the horse? You say the invisible man. Uh-oh, I missed a whole load of stuff. They only want money. God is watching. Never stops. Even if he's not watching everyone else's, he has a big army. Had a Rolodex with everyone's name in it. He certainly did. You saying the invisible man? Got you. Just because trouble calls doesn't mean you must answer. There you go. Santa voicemail. Jesus played your eyes Horus. Same story. Virgin Mother. Yeah, just. But can't say Jesus did it. Like whoever wrote the Bible and did this, whatever they did, but Jesus did exist because he's mentioned by other people that existed, especially Pontius Pilate even described how Jesus looked. But you have to take that with a pinch of salt because again, it's information that man has given because we weren't there. So you have to try and work it all out and work out well. And did the same story play out because it had to play out that way, or did man choose something that happened in another time and then wrote about this to make people believe something different. So they take a bit of truth, add a bit of bullshit, and try to make it believable. So Horus, yeah, you don't want to mess. You don't want to mess. You don't want to mess with, Isis, Osiris, Ra, Nefertiti, any of them. You really don't. Really don't. But they could be angry, angry, angry. Keep the circle very small in life. The circle of life. How's the new hip built? He's hip to be square, as I have battled the world alone. Mary was the lady of the mountain. So there was Mary Magdalene, but then there was Mary, and then Forrest talked about Our Lady Guadalupe or something like that. The world was a different place, existing in a totally different way than we've been led to believe, and maybe that way is going to come back. But that's up to every one of us. Apollo, woohoo! Gave Midas donkey ears for siding with Pan in a musical contest. Yeah, I wonder if those ears turn to gold. I'm definitely going. So thanks, everyone, for your time and your voices. You don't have to go home, but you have to get the flock out of here. Now, as I'm leaving, because it's 4:07:11. Oh, the master number. So donkey ears are a curse now that I'm done with it. Ciao for now. Take care, everyone. Love thy neighbour, remember? It's that simple. Do unto others, blah, 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 all of those things, all of those good things. Don't cast the first stone, etc., etc. Don't judge. Not for us to judge. Good night and good morning. Yes, it's good night from me and it's good night from him. Take care, everyone. Be safe.